All right, good morning, everyone. Some new information or some newly found information has come out about the University of Idaho situation, and I want to talk about it real quick. So I know that the hooded guy at the food truck was someone that they were looking into initially when the investigation first started. However, he was cleared pretty early on. But as more information and more audio and more footage from the food truck comes out, it doesn't really look very good for him. I did a little bit of digging and I found out that Jack, the food truck Jack that was at the food truck with the hood, with the girls, he is actually friends with Maddie, one of the blonde victims' boyfriends, who lives 5 hours away. The boyfriend of Maddie lives 5 hours away, not the ex-boyfriend of Kaylee. Allegedly, this is not confirmed or anything, but it was stated on social media that food truck Jack with the hood was accompanying the girls on behalf of his friend, Maddie's boyfriend, kind of making sure that they were safe and that they got home safely. Now that's great and all, but if you actually look at the video, he's displaying very suspicious body language. His hand is in his pocket. He has a hood on, which means that he's kind of trying to hide his identity to some extent. And if you listen very closely to a part of the audio, Maddie actually turns around when she's at the food truck and she tells him, F you. As soon as the girls get their food, they dart it out of there to their car to get home. And food truck Jack kind of looks at them like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, you're leaving me? He looks kind of confused. And then he books it out of there right away. He doesn't look like he's going in the direction of the vehicle that the girls went into, but he does book it out of there very, very quickly, which means that he was obviously rushing somewhere. Now, it is alleged that food truck Jack was kicked out of his fraternity. It was also alleged that he drove 5 hours to his parents' cabin on the night/morning of these killings. It just looks very suspicious. Now, it was reported that Maddie and food truck Jack did follow each other on Instagram or social media. I did a little bit of digging and I didn't see that for sure. I did not see that they were following each other on there unless he's going by a different name. Or what could have happened is he realizes that people are coming onto him a little bit stronger, and he either could have blocked her to make it look like they were not following each other on social media, or he could have just deactivated his account because he was getting, some scrutiny from the public. I'm going to be making a part 2 to this video in a second, so go to my page if you want to see or hear more. In regards to the Idaho University killings, there was a press release yesterday, December 5th, 2022, that basically stated that they do not believe the following individuals were involved in the crime. The 2 surviving roommates, the male in the grub truck video, aka food truck Jack, the private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home that morning, the male that Kaylee and Madison tried to call numerous times, aka Kaylee's ex, any person at the residence when the 911 call was made, and also the previous resident that used to live there but no longer did. Now, that's not to say that all of these people are cleared. These are just people that they do not believe did the crime. They could retract that. They could go back. They could be saying that just so that they can keep some information confidential. But for right now, those were the people that they are not thinking, at least publicly, are people that were involved. Good morning, everyone. So a lot of people in the comments of my last few videos have been asking how the perpetrator got away from the University of Idaho students' off-campus home without leaving any type of trace showcasing where he or she was going. And I think that that's a very fair question, because when you commit a crime like this to this extent against 4 people in the way that this person did, there has got to be some type of blood from the victims on the person, cuts on the person's hands, and unless this person actually washed off in the home, which it doesn't seem that it would be so, that means that this person most likely dragged or at least dropped a few droplets of blood as they left. And if that was the case, it would be easier for investigators and law enforcement to track at least the direction that the perpetrator was going after they left the house and the point of exit from the house. Former FBI profiler Mary O'Toole appeared on News Nation and basically stated that there was forensic evidence left at the crime scene. Now, law enforcement hasn't come out and officially stated this, but they don't need to. They wouldn't have to until they get all of their ducks in a row and actually have a little bit more information on the DNA that was left. Now, if this is true and there was forensic evidence left by the perpetrator at the crime scene, this is going to be huge in pushing this case to the next step. Now, if this person who committed these crimes has a criminal history, all they would need to do is take the DNA that they found, put it in the system, and then they would be able to get a match right away. If this person doesn't have a criminal history or criminal past, their information wouldn't be in the system, but that would still push the case forward, because then they would be able to take these people who are suspicious and gather their DNA, match it to the DNA found at the crime scene, and then they would be able to rule people out a little bit more efficiently than just saying this person was ruled out because of their alibi. So long story short, this information is definitely very promising in regards to pushing this case forward and potentially solving it in the near future. So a lot of people were actually sending me this TikTok from Xana's page, and yes, this is Food Truck Jack in her TikTok, but they're basically stating that this is proof that he's been in their home. Take a look at the flag behind him and keep that in mind. Now, this is actually the kitchen of the home where these crimes took place. As you can see, we have the kitchen sink in an odd place on the counter, and then we have cabinets right above. Here we go back to the TikTok video, see the flag that he was just standing in front of behind this person. Right underneath that flag, we have a sink right below the flag. Now, as we go back to what the actual kitchen of the home looks like, we see that right above the sink is not a spot for a flag to hang. It is actually cabinets. So this is not proof that Food Truck Jack has been in their home before. That's not to say he hasn't. This is just not proof of him being in there. Alright, so I was able to flip the image from Xana's TikTok where Food Truck Jack was quickly featured in order to showcase that that kitchen is not the same kitchen as the victims. Just playing devil's advocate and trying to share true and not biased information. We have a sink with a double partition in that video, a flat wall with a flag, and then we have a hanging ceiling light. Those three things. This is the kitchen of the victims. Very different layout. We have a kitchen sink with no partition, no divider. We have not a flat wall where a flag could be hung. We have a wall of cabinets, and then above the cabinets, we don't have a hanging ceiling light. We have built-in ceiling lights, which are throughout the kitchen. So that TikTok is not proof that Food Truck Jack was ever in their home. Good morning, everyone. So I do have a couple of updates on the University of Idaho crimes. The first update is from Chief of Police in Moscow, Idaho, who has stated yesterday to Fox News on December 7th that individuals that were cleared may actually need to come back in to be re-interviewed, whether that's to question them, whether that's to interrogate them, whether that's to get more information out of them. I guess that would depend on the individual. But this just further proves what I've been saying the last week or two, that people who have been cleared may not actually be cleared. They're not actually cleared until their DNA checks out and their alibi checks out, and obviously that is when they are officially cleared. Update number 2, law enforcement and officials are looking for the owner of a white Hyundai Elantra between the years 2011 and 2013. The vehicle was spotted in the neighborhood of where the crimes took place around the times when they think that these crimes took place. So if you have any information on that, call their tip line. I'll link it down below in the description. Update number 3, which kind of connects to update number 1, Food Truck Jack. Law enforcement is looking into the allegations that he went to Africa. They're going to need to look at, if he did go to Africa, look at when the trip was booked. If the trip was booked last minute, that's going to look very sus on his part. But if the trip was booked last week or last month or even last year, that's not going to necessarily rule him out, in my opinion, because he could have still committed these crimes with the thought process of, I'm going to Africa in a couple days or tomorrow. Let me do this I'll end up going away, kind of be MIA, won't really be in the mix, have time to heal wounds if I have them. So it doesn't necessarily rule him out if the trip was pre-booked. And update number 4, there was a Moscow, Idaho man that was arrested yesterday, December 7th, 2022, for allegedly abusing a woman and a teenager in his home. In the mugshot, he has a bandage on his arm where it was alleged that he cut himself with a knife. He has a criminal past where he ended someone's life with a weapon, I think in 2007. And get this, the man lives 6 to 8 minutes away from where these crimes took place. I did look into this man a little bit deeper, and on Google Maps where his address is listed, I do see a white car in his driveway. Now, this is not a white Hyundai Elantra, it's a white Toyota. But I'd be interested to know, do the law enforcement and police officials know for sure that it was a white Hyundai Elantra, or were they told it was a white Hyundai Elantra and it's really just a white car with a different model or make? The Toyota in his driveway looks very, very similar to what a 2011 Hyundai Elantra would look like. They have similar lights on the front. I'm no car expert, but just based off of first appearance, if I was to look at the two cars, it would be easy for me to mistake the two for one another. So that's definitely some important information to keep in mind as well. I'll be updating you guys more when more comes out. So I am going to show the mugshot of the man who was arrested in Moscow, Idaho yesterday. This is public record, so why not? And also, if you do crimes, commit crimes, you deserve to be scrutinized, so here we go. So this is the man, 39 years old, from Moscow. He was arrested for injuring 2 family members and allegedly cutting himself. See the ace bandage on his arm. Now, originally he said that the cut was from a gas tank that fell on him, but when the knife was retrieved out of his pocket, it had blood on it, which he claimed to have been his blood. Again, he lives 6 minutes away from the victim, 6 to 8 minutes away. I don't know if this is a coincidence or what, but it's definitely very, very weird. Good morning, everyone. So I wanted to talk about the body cam footage that the Moscow Police Department released to the public in regards to this case from the University of Idaho students. So, in regards to this video, I'm going to share a clip of it that I think is very, very important. I'm going to also show kind of a map of what we're looking at, because it can be kind of confusing. I was confused, at least. So we have the large apartment building. We have the cop car parked in the street, and then diagonal to the cop car where that light's coming from is the victim's residence. All right, so this is part of the body cam footage. It says it's 2:55 in the morning. When he turns, you can see that large apartment complex right there. We have the cop car right here, and then diagonal to the cop car, we have their residence right here where that light is. Keep an eye on that light. Look at the light right there. See how it either shuts off or goes away. Take a look at it one more time. That's it right there on the top. It's there, look at it. And then it's off. Now that light kind of looks like it's coming from one of the 3rd floor bedrooms. I don't know that for sure until someone comes out and states what that light exactly was. I don't think that any of us will know for sure, but it looks like the 3rd floor bedroom, and it looks like the light was turned off. Whether that was from one of the victims upstairs on the 3rd floor, whether it was from the perpetrator shutting the lights off to make it look not suspicious. Now, it is important to look at Kaylee's call logs to her ex. They took place between 2:26 and 2:44. So was she awake at 2:55 to 3:01? Was she being injured at that time? Was the perpetrator entering the house at that time? It's a lot of things to think about and look into. Oh my God, you guys, it is so cold out right now, but I am here with your morning updates in regards to the University of Idaho killings. So, update yesterday, a neighbor comes forth in the apartment complexes next to 1122 King Road where the crimes took place and claims that he has heard screaming. He heard screaming the night of the crimes and around the time that these crimes allegedly took place. Why did it take him 4 weeks to come forward with this information? Who knows? Maybe law enforcement could have told him to keep this to himself for right now. Maybe he thought he heard something, suppressed it, and then looking back is like, hey, maybe this has something to do with it. We don't know for sure, but I also think that we should take what he's saying with a grain of salt, just because we don't know how credible he is until law enforcement actually clears him as credible. We don't know if he's telling the truth. We don't know if he's clout chasing. We don't know. Now, a lot of you guys have been sending me links and comments telling me to check out the audio that's been floating around of what is allegedly 1122 King Road around the time that the crimes took place. It is someone yelling in distress. First off, if this is real audio from 1122 King Road during the time that the perpetrator was in the home, I think that it's very disrespectful to the victims and their families that people are sharing that audio. I think it's really distasteful, and I don't think that that needed to be posted on the internet if that is the audio. And second off, I did look around the internet, I did do some research, and I didn't see or find any credible or very reputable sources sharing that audio, or at least covering that audio being put out there. Law enforcement hasn't said anything about it. The news hasn't reported it. So at least at the time that I'm making this, nobody, very high up has said anything. It's all just been people on social media sharing that. So I can't say that I believe that that is true or real audio. People can't even say where the audio came from, where they found the audio. Some people are saying it came from the neighbor who recorded it. Some people are saying it came from the body cam footage of the police officer. I just don't believe that that is accurate. Not for now, at least. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another morning with me. We're going to be talking about the press release that was put out yesterday, December 10th, 2022, about the University of Idaho killings. So first off, there was no new information that was released in that press release. They are still looking for a white Hyundai Elantra between the years 2011 and 2013. They also went ahead and cleared the same list of people that they have been clearing in past press releases. This includes Food Truck Jack. Now, in regards to Food Truck Jack, I know that I made several videos on him, kind of talking about his suspicious personality, his suspicious demeanor, but I've also made several videos defending him where I could. A lot of people were spreading misinformation about him. A lot of people were saying he went to Africa. I came out and said that I don't think was true. I looked into it. I never saw him in Africa. I think people got that from his mom and his dad being in Africa in the past. People were saying that he was in Xana's TikTok, and that means that he was in their home and he knew the layout of their home. I debunked that as well on my page. So I think that it's safe to say that law enforcement, if he was someone that they would consider a person of interest, I feel like they would have already acted on that by now. I honestly feel like he might actually be cleared in this case. Do I think that he was very suspicious in that food truck video? Yes, of course. Was his body language and his demeanor off? Yes, of course. But that is not enough to convict someone, find someone guilty. So as much as I do think that he is sus, I feel like law enforcement by this point would have looked into him extensively, and if he even had a sliver or a crack of inconsistency within his alibi, I feel like they would have already got him. They've already kind of cleared him several times, so I think that it's time to take what they're saying for what they are saying and look into other people. Now again, I do not condone harassment. I do not condone threatening behavior. I think it's completely wrong. I feel like some people on social media are going the extra mile to expose this person, share his last name, share his face. I have not done any of that. I've been very respectful to him and other people who, we've kind of talked about on my page. And I ask that you guys do the same thing. So yes, we can have our opinions, we can have our speculations moving forward. You can still think what you want about him. Just do so in a way that doesn't hurt him, who could very well be innocent, and his family. And also other people who could very well be innocent and their family. It's not right. Good morning, everyone. Update on the University of Idaho killings. News reports have come out and stated that Moscow Police Department has issued a warning letting people know that they should be traveling in groups if you live in Moscow, Idaho, and that you should be very vigilant and aware of your surroundings. Now, I know that a lot of people were saying that police have a suspect, they have a person of interest, they just haven't come out and stated it yet publicly. And I think that this warning actually completely debunks that theory that they actually have a suspect or a person of interest. Now, the reason why I say this is because in most cases, and I think that it's safe to say in this case as well, law enforcement would not come out and issue a warning like this if they had a suspect or a person of interest in mind. They wouldn't cause panic, paranoia, hysteria, restlessness, anxiousness amongst a community of people if they did not have to. So I think that that's very telling. I also think that it's safe to say that based off of the people that they have cleared, especially with all of the rumors that have been circulating online about the people that have been on that list of cleared people, I think that it's safe to say that those people are actually cleared. I feel like they have been looked into extensively. If law enforcement has done their due diligence, I can't even say that word, if they've done, what they needed to do, I feel like those people, if they did what they needed to do, are actually cleared. Now, some people are kind of coming out and saying that the Moscow Police Department kind of fumbled this case and is not doing a great job at this case. And I can't really speak as to what they're doing right or wrong. I really don't know how any of that works. I also know that it is reassuring to anybody that, maybe questioning the Moscow Police Department, the fact that they are bringing in outsiders to kind of look into this as well. It might be reassuring and comforting to some people. Now, there are newer rumors that have come out that involve the surviving roommate, her boyfriend. People are saying that, they had a ski mask on and an image that she deleted off of some social media site. They're saying that he posted something on GeoMaps of him around the area around the time that the crimes allegedly took place. We don't know if any of that is true. That's just speculation being made across social media as of right now. We will not know for sure until people come out from law enforcement or from the FBI or from the news outlets and basically say that this stuff is true. As far as I know, none of that actually is true, but I guess we'll find out soon. Before I go, I just wanted to say I was rewatching that, and when I said we don't know if any of that's true, I was talking about we don't know if he was around the area on his phone or posting pictures at that time. We obviously know the images of him and the roommate are real. It's obviously them, but we just don't know if the picture that people are alleging was that night is actually that night or around that area. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to address something very quickly because there hasn't been any new updates about the University of Idaho killings. So the last couple of days, I've been sharing the fact that Food Truck Jack, the hoodie guy, has been cleared in the food truck surveillance footage. Or the Twitch, I keep forgetting, it's a Twitch stream. Why are they Twitch streaming food truck, by the way? Who knows? Anyway, I've stated that he's been cleared. He's been cleared several times. And with all of the rumors that have been circulating about him, I feel like law enforcement, FBI, even private investigators, if they've been hired, have looked into him extensively to the point where they have been able to rule him out several times. Not once, but several times. And yes, Food Truck Jack has been very, very, very suspicious. I thought that it was him for a little while. But law enforcement, like I said, has come out several times to clear him. I feel like they've done what they've needed to do to clear him, and they wouldn't say that he's cleared if he wasn't cleared at this point. So I don't think that it's him. A lot of people are upset with me about that. People have been unfollowing me. People have been kind of attacking me in the comments. You guys can do what you want. And guys, I just want to say, I don't care about the followers. I don't care about what people think or say about me. I am not going to sit here and share biased information to make other people happy. Now, if information comes out and says that he is now a person of interest, then of course I'm gonna be like, wow, they really fooled me. But I'm not gonna sit here and do that. If they have said that he has nothing to do with this, then we need to take that for what it is. And yes, I am very aware of the rumors going around that his parents are very wealthy and could be paying off the police department. Guys, that is so unlikely, because you have to think FBI has now become involved. Private investigators are being brought on. If the parents are paying the Moscow Police Department to cover for their son, it's gonna be found out sooner than later, and it's just gonna make things worse. So I think that the odds of that being part of the equation is so unlikely. Good morning, everyone. So I was able to look into the 4chan posts, 4chan. I was able to look through them and, talk about confusing. That was some pretty confusing stuff, but as the English major that I am, I was able to analyze it for you guys, and I'm gonna just give you a spark noted version of what those posts were trying to convey. So basically, someone wrote anonymously on the 4chan forum and stated that Ethan and Xana were the main targets, as well as Maddie. They claimed that Kaylee was not a target, according to this post, and that she was just someone that was at the wrong place at the wrong time. So basically, according to this post, there are two Davids. There's a David B and then there's a David L. And they do not get along with Ethan, and by way of that, they don't get along with Xana. Now, Maddie becomes involved because she was allegedly talking about David poorly, one of the Davids poorly, and they were upset that she was dating Jake, her boyfriend. Apparently, one of the Davids can see directly into the 1122 King Road home from their room, and as soon as the lights went off, they allegedly went right on over to do the crime. The post says that it took about 19 minutes for them to walk there, do the crimes, and leave and go back home. It took them 19 minutes to do all of that and get back home. Now, apparently, these two Davids were conspiring for a while, according to this post, and that they were talking about leaving their phones back at their home in their rooms on YouTube autoplay, so that way their phone wouldn't ping at the home where the crimes were being committed. Now, I will not be sharing the post from 4chan on here because people love to report me on here, and TikTok is quick to take my videos down. So I'll be posting them on my Instagram story. It's the same username as I have on here. So go check them out there if you want to read them. As far as the credibility of these posts, I do not know. As far as I know, it's just speculation and rumors. We don't know who posted this. We don't know their name. This was done anonymously. I feel like law enforcement should look into and try to find out who wrote this, because what if they're trying to shift the blame and blame two people that have nothing to do with it, and it's really the person that wrote the post? If this was written by a fraternity member, then I feel like these posts, I should say, would hold some truth, but we will see. I think it's very, very, very suspicious though. So I think law enforcement will look into it, and we should know, hopefully, eventually. Good morning, everyone. Hope that you guys had a great night. So I wanted to go back and discuss the police body cam footage in Moscow on the early morning hours of the day that these crimes took place, the Idaho University killings. So between 2:55 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., there are three people and then another guy being spoken to by police in a field and then eventually on the side of the road about underage drinking. He's citing them for underage drinking between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m. the morning of the crimes. At 3 a.m. in that body cam footage, we see what appears to be the third floor bathroom in 1122 King Road where these crimes took place. The third floor bathroom light appears to be on. Now, this would make sense because we have phone calls that Kaylee and Maddie made to Jack between 2:26 a.m. that morning and 2:52 a.m. that morning. So it would make sense that at 2:52 a.m., Kaylee and Maddie finally realized they're not going to reach Jack. Maybe one of them's in the bathroom getting ready for bed, using the bathroom, and around 3 o'clock in the morning, the light goes off in the bathroom, and the two of them most likely get into bed. So 3 a.m., the light in the bathroom turns off on the third floor. And then at 3:12 a.m., 12 minutes later, we see those four figures running in the background of the police body cam footage from the direction of the 1122 King Road home. Now, is it possible that these four people were committing the crimes between 3 a.m. and 3:12 a.m.? It's likely, but I don't think that that's what happened. I think that if these four people were involved, they were involved at this specific time in a capacity of they're outside of the home, making sure that their target or targets are home and that all of the lights are off and it doesn't look like anyone is roaming around the house awake to where they could be, confronted by one of the victims. So let's just say that these four people were involved and they were kind of watching the house, making sure that their target or targets were in there. Once the light comes off, they kind of watch it a little bit more, realized that everyone may be in bed and possibly sleeping at that time. Now, if this was premeditated, they would not have had their phones because they did not want their phones to ping at the location. So if this was premeditated, they would have had to leave, possibly go and get the person that is going to commit these crimes. If it's not one of the four of them, go get them or get their weapons and then come back to commit the crimes between, the 3:15 a.m. mark and 4 o'clock a.m. to fit the time frames that police are saying they believe this happened at. Now, if this is, actually a fraternity killing, something that is within the fraternity, it would make sense that they would have four people watching over the house and then possibly another person coming to actually do the crimes. So it doesn't have to necessarily be one of those four people that we saw running, but if they were involved, they could have very well got one of their fraternity brothers or whatever, told them like, hey, it's time, go do it. Then that person goes and does it once they're cleared by one of the four people that we see running away from the home. I do have a part 2 coming out soon. I do have to go to work though, so it'll be coming later. Make sure you follow my page. Good morning, everyone. So new surveillance footage / audio has come out about the University of Idaho killings, and what we hear in this new surveillance footage is pretty questionable. I'm gonna break it down real quick before I play that audio. But basically, Kaylee, Maddie, and food truck Jack are walking to what is believed to be the food truck. The three of them are together, so this is proof that food truck Jack wasn't just creeping up on them. They were walking to the food truck together, and possibly the two girls were drunk and they just didn't want a babysitter anymore, so that's why they chose to just walk away and leave him once their ride got to the food truck. Take a listen. So basically, Kaylee is like, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And Maddie is like, I told Adam everything. Now, we don't know who Adam is. It's being speculated online that Adam is either Jack, Kaylee's ex's current roommate, or his ex-roommate. We are not sure of that right now. And it is very possible that this conversation has absolutely nothing to do with this crime. It could just very well be two drunken girls having a conversation. Maddie could have slipped up and told Adam something that maybe Kaylee didn't want shared with Adam or someone else. Who knows? And if Adam does know Jack, Kaylee's ex, I think that it would make sense why they were calling him so many times that morning, because if Maddie slipped up and told Adam something drunkenly, maybe Kaylee and her were trying to call Jack before Adam could tell Jack, basically explain to him whatever, Maddie told Adam. Now, do I think that this has anything to do with the case? I don't know. I truly don't know. But I think that the more surveillance footage and the more audio that comes out, the better odds that police and law enforcement are going to have at solving the case, because the more information, the better. Make sure to follow me for more. I'm sure there'll be more information coming out soon. In regard to the new surveillance, well, new to us, I should say, surveillance footage / audio of Maddie, food truck Jack, and Kaylee walking to the grub truck. A lot of people are asking, why is police and law enforcement just releasing this now if they had it? And one, we're not entitled to any of this information. They don't need to share anything with us. But why I think that they just are now releasing it is because they didn't see anything important in that footage other than three people walking to a food truck. I'm sure they looked into it quickly, realized that it wasn't worth releasing, because with how social media is, they're gonna be like, oh, it's Adam, they're gonna just shift the blame. So I think to just save more rumors circulating online, they chose not to release it. Now, why they are releasing it now, I think it is to kind of prove why and how food truck Jack was cleared. He is walking with the two girls in the surveillance footage, which means that he wasn't just some creepy stalker guy that was just watching them from behind at the food truck. He was actually hanging out with them and walking them to the food truck. They've already said that Adam was a bartender. They were just having like a drunken conversation. So that's just why I don't think that they saw anything suspicious in that surveillance footage / audio. They looked into it, realized it was nothing, and that's why they didn't release it. Good morning, everyone. So update on the University of Idaho killings. There has been some new information circulating online regarding that white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. So that specific vehicle, if you track the VIN number, is connected to both Texas and Colorado. Now, that means that the car was initially in Texas and then it was bought and or moved to Colorado. People online are now saying that the owner of 1122 King Road resides in Colorado, and that the vehicle that was found, the white Hyundai Elantra in Eugene, Oregon, is owned under the same LLC that the owner of 1122 King Road owns. So basically, the owner of 1122 King Road is now under the public's scrutiny. Now, I did also look into this, and other than the vehicle being connected to Texas and Colorado, I didn't really find anything else that matched, if I could say. I'm also not a detective, so I could have missed something, but I just saw that the vehicle was connected to Texas and Colorado. I also do want to point out that there was a press release yesterday from the Moscow Police Department that said the same thing that it's been saying. They are still looking for the white Hyundai Elantra, but not only that, a private investigator is now offering $5,000 to anyone who comes forward and shares information on the white Hyundai Elantra that was around 1122 King Road at the time of the crimes, the morning / night of the crimes. So I think that it's safe to say that this vehicle is not related to this case, because why are they going to be issuing reward money for a vehicle that they arguably already have? You know what I'm saying? So I think that these are just online rumors for now, and I say for now because anything can change, more information can come out. But as of right now, I don't think that they're connected, and I think that this is just online speculation. Someone from Eugene posted this clip online. That's the white Hyundai Elantra still sitting in the same place it was found. It still has not been impounded. More information to come. Make sure to follow for more. Good morning, everyone. So as far as the University of Idaho killings, there hasn't been any new updates released. There hasn't been a press release in about 2 days since December 20th. So nothing new has really come out. The chief of police in Moscow, Idaho did come out and state that rumors and misinformation from social media is really hindering this investigation. It's setting them back in some areas, because while they could be pushing forward in one area, they now have to take 10 steps back to double check a rumor that was spread online by someone who is not credible and someone who is just, clearly misinformed. And I say someone, but I'm referring to like the people that are actually starting these rumors on Reddit and 4chan, claiming that they have like inside scoop on this case and have it in with police officers and stuff. Like, why even do that? Why lie? You guys are doing it anonymously. It's not like you're getting attention. It's literally just to cause panic amongst a community that's already trying to grieve. So it's just crazy to me. It's okay to have speculation. It's okay to have your opinions, but just make sure that if you're doing them publicly, you are sharing that those are your opinions, those are your theories, those are your speculation, and that they're not facts. Because misinformation, it's bad. Now, I do understand that we are not owed any information from law enforcement. However, I think that it would be beneficial if they were to come out and state why these individuals that have been cleared by them are cleared, because now people are going back to blaming Jack D, Kaylee's ex, and it's kind of like they don't want people to threaten or harass or like make speculation about people that are on the clear list. Well, give the public a reason why these individuals were cleared, so that way these individuals are not subject to threats, harassment, and then public scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no one should be harassing people to begin with, but, if they wanted to just dead it, they should just come out and be like, okay, he was cleared because he was not around, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, something. I know we're not owed that, but it would just be helpful. So, yeah, follow for more. Sir, you need to keep your stomach in the back seat. in the back seat. Good morning, everyone. Don't mind me. I look a mess. Just rolled out of bed, doing some last minute Christmas things. I got Santa in the back. He's driving me insane. I'm about to pop him, literally. But anyway, update on the University of Idaho killings. Dylan's boyfriend has been very active on social media claiming that he's innocent. The things that are circulating online about him are not true. You guys leave him alone. Until a cop or someone from the FBI states that he's a suspect, stop harassing him. He said that he has nothing to do with it, so it's time to put that to bed. Especially because everything that has been put out there so far about him has been rumors. And the photos that have been circulating are either photoshopped, which you can see that they're photoshopped, or not him. And people are just saying it's him. So I don't think that he's a suspect. I don't even think he's very suspicious regarding this case. So leave him alone and let the police do their job, and hopefully we get some new information soon. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the lighting. It's not even daylight out. But new information, well, not even new information, new surveillance footage has leaked online regarding the University of Idaho killings, and it is inside of the Corner Club bar or club that Maddie and Kaylee were at prior to their murders. In the picture, you're going to see Kaylee and Maddie in the same attire that they were wearing at the food truck. You're going to see Food Truck Jack in the same attire he was wearing at the food truck. But you're also going to see someone else in this footage at the Corner Club. Take a look. That's Kaylee's ex. That's Jack D in that footage. It kind of throws away that alibi that he was sleeping during the times where Maddie and Kaylee were calling him. He was at this Corner Club at 1:32. They started calling him not even an hour later. So there's no way he got home and was already sleeping within like 45 minutes. Also, to everyone saying he wasn't around, he wasn't in the area the night of the killings, this surveillance footage proves otherwise. So does this mean that he did it and he committed these crimes? No, but it just makes him look a little bit more suspicious. So don't send him hate. I'm going to be following on this, so make sure to follow me. Good morning, everyone. Update on the University of Idaho quadruple homicide. So basically, there was a new press release issued by the Moscow Police Department with some new information. The first bullet states that they do not believe the associate professor and chair of the history department at the University of Idaho is involved in the crimes. They do not think that she's involved. Second bullet basically states that picture and video provided through the official public records request process is authentic, but they cannot verify its authenticity after it's released because people can alter it. And then the rest of the press release basically states that they're still looking for help locating the 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, and that they're also asking for anyone who may have information that can add context to what occurred the night of the murders to come forward and share that with them. Good morning, everyone. So based on an article that was posted by Fox News, there are 90 white Hyundai Elantras that have been registered to park at the University of Idaho campus between 2018 and 2022. 90 white Hyundai Elantras. However, a majority of those white Hyundai Elantras do not have contact names. They do, however, all have license plates except for one vehicle. So police could look into all of these vehicles, but they would have to go by license plate in order to find the person who owns the vehicle and or uses the vehicle to park at that campus. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that any of these vehicles that parked at the University of Idaho were involved in the crimes, but it would just rule out a lot of people who own white Hyundai Elantras in that area. Hey guys, so new body cam footage has been released by the Moscow Police Department where officers are responding to another noise complaint at 1122 King Road. But this time, Xana opens the door and she's dealing with the police officers. Now, my first thought when I saw this was, why is this being released? And then my second thought was, is the noise complaints, is the person calling to make the noise complaints the same person? Or is it different people? Because if it's the same person, I feel like possibly that could be connected to the murders. Maybe they were really upset that they keep making noise in the middle of the night. I mean, I don't know. I'm not shifting or placing the blame on anyone, but it's just something that crossed my mind. But then again, if it was someone that lived close by, I feel like the white Hyundai Elantra, someone would have known who owned it in the neighborhood. This is very confusing. Make sure to follow. I'm keeping up on this stuff, so I'll be having new information hopefully soon to share with you guys. Good morning, everyone. So according to a press release that was put out yesterday, December 29th, 2022, today, December 30th, 2022, the 1122 King Road home is beginning remediation. Basically, what this means is that the home is going to be cleared of any biohazards or harmful substances that were used during the investigation to collect evidence. And basically, they're starting the steps to prepare the home to give it back to the property owner. So in my opinion, this is a really good thing. I feel like this is an indication that they've collected everything that they feel like they've needed to collect, and that they've, gathered everything that they needed. But they did say that this is still going to remain a crime scene. So I'm sure there's still smaller things that they're going to need to, keep an eye on at the home as well. But this is a good sign in my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Breaking news, a 28-year-old man named Brian Koberger was just arrested in Pennsylvania as he is suspected to have killed the 4 University of Idaho students. Moscow Police Department is doing a press conference at 1 o'clock today, Friday, December 30th. So stay tuned. All right, let's talk about who Brian Koberger is, the person that was just arrested for the University of Idaho killings, and what we know about him so far. So this article states that Brian Christopher Koberger, 28, was arrested early Friday morning in connection with the University of Idaho murders. It says that he's listed as a PhD student at Washington State University, and he's studying in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. Now, what is his relationship to the 4 University of Idaho students that he killed? We don't know yet. There's some rumors stating that he was the landlord's son. There's some people saying that he was the guy that sold Kaylee her car. Nothing has come out and been released on that yet, but they are holding a press conference later, so we should find out more then. Hey guys, let's talk a little bit about what we know about Brian Koberger now. So basically, this was a post that Brian made. You can pause to read it if you want. But in a nutshell, he was asking criminals to come forward and answer an anonymous survey/questionnaire so that he could understand how emotional and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing crimes. Basically, some of the questions that he was asking was, how were you feeling before you committed the crimes? How were you feeling while you were committing the crimes? How were you feeling after? How did you get away with the crime if you did? This doesn't seem like something that he was doing for school. It seems like something that he was plotting for himself and trying to take advice for himself for how to get away with crimes, which means that he is clearly sick. Hey guys, let's talk about what was said in the press release today, December 30th, 2022, about the arrest of Brian Koberger in connection with the University of Idaho killings.
Last night, the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Koberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Koberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court.
It's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Koberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. This is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
Brian was arraigned on Friday, December 30th, 2022 in Pennsylvania, and he has a court hearing on extradition on January 3rd. You guys, this is just the beginning of the next part of this case, so make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you all updated. Good morning, everyone. Let's talk about some of the rumors that have been circulating online about Bryan Kohberger. Now, I'm not sharing any of this information to spread false information. I'm just sharing this information because I think that it's important that we separate fact from what is not fact for right now, so that way we have a better understanding about what's happening moving forward. Now, when Bryan Kohberger's name first came out, I immediately searched him up on Instagram and found an account that his name was on. The username was crim.kohberger, and this account followed Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana. None of them followed him back, however. This profile looked legit only because it was private. It had a profile picture that didn't explicitly show that it was him, which means that it wasn't someone trying to give off the vibe that it was him. This looks like his real profile. Now, several hours later, more Bryan Kohberger accounts started becoming active, started being created, which I think is sick because obviously this guy is in jail. He's not out here making Instagram accounts. So people are clearly making new Instagram pages for him, which you guys need help. But anyway, there was another account, and it's called Brian Christopher Kohberger. And there's a video from October 8th of someone being, it's basically a skit of someone being murdered. And this account also follows Kaylee and Maddie. This account does not follow Xana. So I don't know who this person is. I don't know if this is Bryan Kohberger, if this was a troll that just changed their username to make it look like it was Bryan Kohberger. I didn't see this profile when I first looked, so it's possible that this is a troll and it was just someone else that changed their username, but I don't know for sure right now. The other accounts are fake though. Now on TikTok, there is a profile named Josko1972. And a couple of weeks back, this person claimed to have inside information from Moscow Police Department and made a video talking in depth about what happened at the University of Idaho home, off-campus home, and what happened to these students before the public knew. He was sharing information that the public didn't even get told yet, but ended up being what law enforcement came out and stated after his video. So does he actually have inside information on this crime? Did he? I have no idea. Or did he commit these crimes? And this is actually Bryan Kohberger. If you look halfway through the video, his screen that he's recording of the news goes black and you could see a silhouette of his face.
And she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock.
So you guys can make your own observations based off of what you just saw. To me, he has similar features to Bryan Kohberger. He has enlarged ears from the silhouette, and his nose looks also enlarged, which so is Bryan Kohberger's. This isn't confirmed. This is just a rumor, but I did want to share that just to keep you guys in the loop. Now, I'm in a Facebook group as well where we talk about the University of Idaho murders, and there has been one person that's been very active in the group, you know, giving their insight, asking questions in the group. Some questions very, very weird, and I got weird vibes. That's why I never engaged with this person in the group. But take a look at what they were posting, just some of them, and you can pause to read, but I'm just going to scroll pretty fast. Now, people are basically stating that the questions that this profile was asking are similar to those that Brian Koberger was asking in his questionnaires/surveys. So they're kind of thinking that that was Brian Koberger as well. Again, these are all just rumors. Nothing is factual as of right now regarding these things that I just talked about. We have to wait and see what happens and what plays out. So please do not send hate to any of these people. Again, there's no factual information that has come out that link any of these people to being Brian Koberger. Hey guys, so according to this article that was posted by CNN today, December 31st, 2022, Brian Koberger is currently being held without bail, and he intends to waive his extradition hearing to expedite his transport to Idaho. Chief Public Defender Jason Labar states that Mr. Koberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. Labar also told CNN that Koberger arrived in Pennsylvania around December 17th to celebrate the holidays with his family. His father actually went out to Idaho, and they both drove home together in the white Hyundai Elantra. It stated that when police and law enforcement went to Brian's parents' home, his father answered the door, and they were both very cooperative. Koberger is currently in a cell alone and is under 24-hour watch by the guards to ensure his safety. So basically, from what I'm getting in this article, he's claiming that he has nothing to do with this crime. Make sure you guys follow me. I'll keep you guys updated, and let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Hey guys, so I wanted to share this video because this allegedly is Brian Koberger calling into a live podcast. And I want to talk about some of the things that he's talking about in this podcast because it's very suspicious. Just take a listen.
I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members, and the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
You guys, listen to that. So he just said that he worked with Sigma Chi frat members, and 10 of them asked him, if you were to kill someone, how would you get away with it? There was just something very dark about him saying that specific sentence. Let's keep going.
I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself.
So he's trying to blame the fraternity. He's trying to blame frat members for these murders, basically trying to deflect and push the public to think that the frat members had something to do with these crimes. And for a little while, we all did, or at least a lot of us did. Even I had, a thought for a little while thinking that it was frat related. So he's trying to push that narrative.
These dudes that were in the fraternity. And so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
So once again, you know how he was asking those questions in the surveys and the questionnaires? You hear him, this person, basically alluding to questions and things like that. It seems like this is all some kind of experiment to him.
Man, who said that to you?
Like,
Listen to him stuttering. He can't even say who said that to him.
literally, like, I before I even called, I counted on my hand.
Now listen to this. Listen to this, you guys.
On my hands, like, how many of these guys I can remember that I worked with at this bar, and there's like 10 of them.
He's claiming that 10 people, 10 frat members at the bar that he worked at asked this question: if I were to kill someone, how could I get away with it? Is this the connection? Did Brian Koberger work at a bar that Kaylee, Maddie, and these students went to? Is that the connection? Did he literally just give us the connection?
What are these guys' names?
I'm not gonna.
Let me get come on, drop 2 or 3 of them, first and last.
first and last?
That's a broad statement.
He won't drop any names at all. He won't, because it's not true. He's making it up. And guys, I think that it's also important. Go and watch this video if you want to see more of it and listen to the whole thing yourself. But one of Brian Koberger's old friends made a TikTok, and she said that this person that's
You're calling
speaking
me-
sounds exactly like Brian Koberger. So I think, honestly, you guys,
That kind of
this was an experiment to him. This was all an experiment. Just think of this. All of those courses he took in criminology, all of those surveys, all of those questionnaires that he posted online for criminals to complete, he was using all of that education for this very moment. And he is going to use all of that stuff that he learned and that he has researched to try and get away with these murders. And guys, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be following this until the very end. Make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you guys updated. I'm looking into this. We are going to get this guy locked up. Trust me. So a lot of people are now under the impression that Papa Roger is definitely not Brian Koberger because he's posted something on Facebook since Brian's arrest. He states that he was on a fishing trip away from social media, and he is now upset that people were talking badly about him while he was away. I thought that this was a clearance for him. However, after looking further into it, that post was made by a new member with the same name as Papa Roger. It was a troll. The real Papa Roger profile has not been active since Brian's arrest, so it is still possible that was him. Hey guys, Brian Koberger's neighbor has spoken out and said that she feels like he rarely slept and that, in her opinion, he looked too weak to be a killer. She said that he would always be up at odd hours of the night, 12 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, seemingly doing housework. And she also stated that she did hear a female in his apartment complex one time through the walls, but she did not know who this female was because she never saw her. She just heard her through the wall. We always have to remember that looks can be deceiving. Someone who may look scrawny and weak can be capable of heinous crimes, just like someone who is big and strong. Looks are deceiving, you guys. Let me know what you think in the comment section, and I will be keeping you guys updated as more information comes out, so make sure to follow. So Chief Public Defender of Monroe County has come out and answered a few questions about Brian Koberger. He says that he remembers Brian being asked if he knew what was going on, and he said, "Of course, I live 10 minutes away." So if you live 10 minutes away and you knew what was going on, you know that you own a white Hyundai Elantra. Why didn't you contact law enforcement to clear yourself if you were innocent? You said you knew what was going on, so why didn't you do that? That's suspicious in and of itself. He also states that Brian has been remaining calm and that he seems very intelligent and that they are not worried that he is going to take his own life. The vest that he is wearing is just a procedure in high-profile cases like this that they make inmates wear. I guess that's just their protocol. The family is saying that the plan for the father to fly out to Washington and then drive back to Pennsylvania with Brian for the holidays was planned prior to fall semester. I feel like they'll be able to look into that and see whether that's true or not based off of when the plane ticket was booked. And they also stated that the family is in shock and they don't have the funds to pay for an attorney. So right now we do not know who is going to represent Brian. And then for all of the rumors that are circulating online saying that when Brian was arrested, he said, "Did you find the other person?" He claims that he does not recall Brian saying that. So I'm going to assume that that was just an online rumor. I mean, again, with the rumors. And then finally, they are giving him food that abides by his vegan diet. So that's all I have for right now. Make sure to follow me for more updates. I should have some new information soon. Hey guys, so information has come out on Brian Koberger's white Hyundai Elantra. Take a look at November 18th, 2022, which was just a few days after the University of Idaho murders. It claims that his registration was updated because the owner moved the vehicle to a new location. Now people are saying because he updated the registration as being moved to a new location, he would have gotten new license plates. I wasn't able to confirm that, so if someone knows that answer 100% for sure, then let me know in the comments. However, this is all that we have for right now. If the license plates did change, then I would think that that's very suspicious on his part. Good morning, everyone. Brian Koberger's extradition hearing will be taking place today, January 3rd, 2023, in Pennsylvania County. Now, there are mixed times for when this is going to occur. Some articles are saying 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Some are saying 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would say, because there's not going to be cameras allowed in the courtroom, but there will be live coverage outside of the courtroom. If you want to be there in the moment and get live updates, I would say be around your phone or your mobile device around 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, for anyone that is confused on what an extradition hearing is, it's basically the process of someone being arrested and then being transferred back to the state where they committed their crimes. Now, in this case, for example, I think that what's going to happen is Brian is ultimately going to be extradited back to Idaho, where he will ultimately face charges and have to go to trial. I will keep you guys updated on what happens today at the hearing, so make sure to follow me, and we'll see. Hey guys, so body cam footage has been released to the public of Brian Koberger and his father being pulled over on their cross-country trip from Washington to Pennsylvania. Take a look at the way Brian's car looks. It's very dirty. It doesn't look like it's well kept. Also, listen to some of the questions that the police officer is asking him. Where is he coming from? Where is he headed? Why aren't they flying? I feel like they were tracking him here as well, and that's something that they're going to use in court against him. If you want to see the full video, go to Law and Crime Network's YouTube channel. They have the full video, different angles, so go check them out. But for now, I'm going to show you a little bit of the clip here.
Should go on to state police, got your license registration with you. When I stopped you, man, when you were driving by me there, you were a little too close to the back of that semi. About one car between you and the back of the trailer. We're about one car with 10 miles an hour, so we're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. We're about 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah, I did. You said that. So, you guys stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Yeah. Okay. All right. You thought you guys were following too closely? Okay. Today? I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay? So like I said, it's all about how fast you're going, okay? So if you're going 10 miles an hour, you only need one car. Or if you're going, so speed limit here is 7. If you're going 70 miles an hour, you need 7 cars. Yeah. That's the easy way to explain it. Yeah. Okay. It's really easy to get in the B&B man, it says change 20 seconds. All right. You guys have a safe trip. We're going to head.
Thank you so much for the
We're going to head to. Well, we're at. Yeah. It's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes? All right, well, hey, peace out, Central. Thank you, sir.
A lot of people are coming at me and literally attacking me over the fact that it can't be Brian Koberger because he had a 2015 Hyundai Elantra and they were looking for a 2011 to 2013. Guys, look on my Instagram story. The differences cosmetically, like outside, on a white Hyundai Elantra from 2011 versus 2015 are so hard to spot. Very hard to spot. Definitely hard to spot in a fast-moving surveillance camera. So that doesn't mean anything. It's also possible that law enforcement stated 2011 to 2013 to keep Brian, feeling comfortable enough to proceed on with his life. That's possible too. People that are defending him, I understand the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, but the car doesn't necessarily mean that he's innocent. Come on, guys, use your heads. Also, people are saying, if you owned a white Hyundai Elantra, would you have come forward and cleared yourself? Yeah, I would. If I lived 10 minutes away from an ongoing investigation for a homicide that is now nationwide, I would be afraid that someone is going to report my vehicle and police are going to show up to my job or something. So yeah, I would call in and say, hey, I own a vehicle similar in appearance to the one you're looking for. Clear me. So one, I don't get dragged into it later down the line. And two, they can proceed on with their investigation, ruling one additional person out. I mean, am I the only one that would do that? Good morning, everyone. So a gag order was issued for the University of Idaho murder case. This means that officials, attorneys, and investigators cannot discuss the evidence or facts of the case from this point further. It means that one, they're trying to protect the integrity of the case, and two, give Bryan Kohberger a fair chance at trial without media coming into play, possibly tainting the jury. It could be argued that that has already been done. But remember, the Moscow chief police did say that he is confident that this is their guy. So I think that they do have an extreme amount of evidence to prove that and ultimately convict him in court. Now, as far as the affidavit, we will still be getting that as soon as Bryan gets to Idaho. We will still be getting that affidavit. But after the affidavit, we will probably hear nothing but crickets for a little while. Now, this gag order does not necessarily mean that this case will not be televised. It very well could be televised. There have been gag orders put on cases in the past, and the trials have ultimately been televised, but that would ultimately be up to a judge. So I'll keep you guys updated. Make sure to follow me for more information. As soon as that affidavit information comes out, I will be sharing that with you guys. Hey guys, new body cam footage has been released of Bryan Kohberger being pulled over for allegedly driving too closely behind another vehicle on his cross-country trip from Washington to Pennsylvania. Pay attention to his body language and his facial expressions, and let me know what you guys think down in the comments after watching this.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punched because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know
where?
This was essentially what ended up happening.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to be university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
PhD in criminal.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago. We're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shooters because they did shoot somebody.
I see.
And then we don't know about that actually. They were there. They were shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
No.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Good morning, everyone. So as of last night, January 4th, 2023 at 6:44 p.m. Idaho time, Brian Kohberger has officially been booked into Latah County Jail. This means that he is now in Idaho's custody, which means that we will also most likely be getting the affidavit either sometime today or sometime this week. As of right now, we are still getting that information based off of new articles that have been coming out. That could change, but as of right now, I am expecting the affidavit to be unsealed to the public. Now, he's being charged with 4 counts of murder and 1 count of burglary. Take a look at these pictures from last night. The first picture is going to be him entering the jail, and the second 2 are going to be him in the process of being booked. Now, a lot of people are commenting on his appearance. He does look slightly different, but not appearance-wise. He just looks very tired. He looks exhausted, if you ask me. And part of that could be him behind bars. Also, him traveling all day yesterday. It's not a very relaxing or comforting thing to do. So he just looked very tired. It is possible that he may be withdrawing from something, but that we do not know for sure. But I would just say that he looks very tired, and I'm curious to see what comes out next. Stay tuned. Make sure to follow me. I'm going to make another video when the affidavit comes out, and I'm also going to be making another video about his defense attorney. So stay tuned to that. Hey guys, the affidavit for Brian Kohberger's arrest has been unsealed. Let's talk about it. Alright, so I'm going to go page by page and try to summarize this to the best of my ability, so please bear with me. On November 13th at approximately 4 p.m., Sergeant Blaker and Officer Smith entered the King Road residence through the first floor. They went up to the second floor and to the west bedroom, where they found Xana Kernodle laying on the floor, deceased with wounds which were caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, who was also deceased. On page 2, it states that they went upstairs to the 3rd floor of the house, and there was a bedroom on the west side where there was a dog that was located. That dog ended up being Murphy, the dog that Kaylee and Jack shared. That also was determined to be Kaylee's room, but she was not in there. It states that they entered Maddie's room, where 2 females were in the bed, the single bed. Both were deceased. He also noticed a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. That thing was actually processed for DNA, and there was a single source of male DNA on it, which fits the profile of the suspect. So there was DNA on that sheath from Brian Kohberger. Now on this page, it states that Dylan and Bethany both made statement interviews and stated that everyone was home at the King Road residence by 2 a.m., asleep or at least in their bedrooms by 4 a.m., with the exception of Xana, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Now this page states that Dylan went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the 2nd floor, which means she was sleeping on the 2nd floor. That's where her room was, down the hall from Xana. But she was woken up at 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Kaylee playing with her dogs in one of the bedrooms upstairs. She said a short time later she heard what she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." However, a review of records obtained from a forensic download of Xana's phone showed that this could have been her saying that because she was up and using TikTok at 4:12 a.m. Dylan states that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being there. She also opened her door for a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room, and then she heard a male's voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located immediately to the northwest side of 1120 King Road picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog could also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. It's also important to note that the security camera is less than 50 feet away from Xana Kernodle's bedroom. Dylan stated she opened her bedroom door for a 3rd time after she heard the crying and saw a person in black clothing and a mask covering the person's mouth and nose walking toward her. She described him as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past her as she stood frozen in a shock phase, and then walked toward the back sliding glass door. She then locked herself in her bedroom. Now, with a combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads, and records from Bethany and Dylan's phones, they believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. The next several paragraphs basically talk about the white Hyundai Elantra and its route around the time of the crimes. If you look right here, it said that it's seen departing the area of King Road residence at around 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. They claim that they initially thought it was a 2011 to 2013, but they also said that it could be a 2011 to 2016. So Brian's is a 2015. That definitely fits into this right here. At 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the suspect's vehicle, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on Washington State University campus cameras. So not only is this vehicle traveling on roads that connect Pullman, Washington, where Brian lived, to Moscow, Idaho, it's also seen at Washington State University campus where Brian works as well. It states that on November 25th, 2022, they were on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra, and at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo said that he was able to locate the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate registered to Brian Kohberger. So they knew that this person, Brian Kohberger, was involved in this case very, very early on, November 25th. That means that they knew the answers that they needed. They just were trying to keep that from the public so that they didn't scare Brian into potentially harming himself or harming others. They ended up reviewing Kohberger's driver's license, his information, and also his photograph from his license, and realized that his description did match the same description that Dylan saw in their home. Same height, taller, slimmer build, white male, bushy eyebrows. So that was just further confirmation that this was their guy. All right, guys, I'm running out of time, so follow me. I'm going to put a part 2 up to this in a second. Hey guys, the affidavit for Brian Kohberger's arrest has been unsealed. Let's talk about it. Alright guys, so this is a part 2. If you didn't watch part 1 already, go to my page and watch part 1. If you watch this first, you're going to be confused. I'm halfway through this affidavit. So on October 14th, Brian Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a Washington State University police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and driving that alone, with a Pennsylvania plate. Now on November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Washington and then received Washington plates. So on November 18th, he got his plates changed from Pennsylvania to Washington. Seems a little suspicious, you guys. Now also remember that November 18th is just a few days after the murders. Now let's talk about the cell towers. It states that his cell phone, the number that is registered to him, was not in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. on November 13th. On the night of the crimes, his phone was not pinging in that area around 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Now, this is where things start to get a little bit strange and where things really, really start looking bad for him. Not that they didn't already, but this is just the nail in the coffin. At approximately 2:47 a.m., his phone stops reporting to the network. So his phone is either turned off, it's disabled, it's on airplane mode, or it's just, somewhere not connected to a network. And it doesn't report to network again until 4:48. So from 2:47 to 4:48 a.m. on November 13th, the early morning hours when these crimes were committed, his phone is shut off on airplane mode, so it's not pinging at all. Strange. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone is utilizing cellular resources consistent with his phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95. Then at approximately 5:30 a.m., the phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, where he lives. So I think that it's safe to say that between those times, he was either cleaning up after himself or he was probably discarding the weapon. Now look at this, November 13th, 2022, the morning of the murders, at approximately 9 a.m., his phone is pinged as traveling toward Moscow, Idaho. Between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m., his phone is pinging around the 1122 King Road residence, the morning of the murders. So he committed these crimes, if he did them, left, cleaned up after himself, and then came back around 9:12 and checked things out and stayed for about 10 minutes. Then he ended up going back home and got back home to Pullman, Washington at 9:32 a.m. So that just puts into perspective how close he lived to this home. It also states that they believe that the lack of phone pinging from 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger trying to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. So they believe that he shut his phone off, committed these crimes, and then drove away and then turned his phone back on. Now they looked even further back and realized that his account with AT&T was opened in June of 2022, but prior to November 13th, 2022, when these crimes were committed, his phone was pinging around the area of 1122 King Road at least 12 times prior to that date. So he was either stalking them or he was hanging out with one of the victims at least 12 times in that area prior to him going there to commit these crimes, if he did these crimes. And they were always late at night. Now they were also able to track kind of what he was doing after the crimes took place on November 13th. At approximately 12:36, he was at some coffee stand. At 12:46, he was at a grocery store. He bought some things, and it says that he purchased unknown items and then left at approximately 1:04. Yeah, that's kind of the path right there. And then we're on the last page. Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence in Pennsylvania, and they sent some of the evidence to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath that was found next to Maddie identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect. This basically means that the DNA did match, because at least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's father. This states right here that it was not excluded when 99.9% should be excluded. So that's what it says. There's some more information if you want to read up on it. I'll put the link in my bio. DNA does not lie, you guys. Make sure to follow me for more updates. I'm going to be following this very closely. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. It's rainy out, so we love that. Yesterday, I posted 2 videos to my TikTok talking about the affidavit. I summarized the entire affidavit when it came to the 1122 King Road homicides. I summarized the whole thing. So if you're confused, if you didn't see it, if you didn't hear about it, go to my TikTok and watch those 2 videos. Right now, I'm going to be sharing my input and kind of what I think about it. Now, there were 3 things that I thought were very damning to Bryan Kohberger. 3 things. The first was that his DNA was found at the scene by way of a sheath, which is the cover of a knife or blade. Next to Madison's body, there was a sheath with his DNA on it. The second thing is there was literally a witness. Dylan, one of the surviving roommates, saw him in the home, not committing the crimes, but saw him in the home at the time of the crimes. And then 3, the fact that he was active on his phone in the hours prior to the crimes and in the hours after the crime, but not during. So 3 things that kind of link him as being suspicious and connected to these crimes. Now, the good thing for Bryan is he does have what is seemingly a pretty good defense attorney, so he can't file like a mistrial or say that he didn't have a fair chance at trial, because she's pretty good. She's probably sitting somewhere coming up with a bunch of fake narratives to proclaim his innocence. Honestly, I don't think it's going to work because of those three things that I just discussed. I think that it's very unlikely that a jury will find him innocent. But let's talk about Dylan. Now, a lot of people are coming at Dylan and saying, if you saw this man, if you heard these sounds, why did you not call police, but you did lock your bedroom door? Who knows the answer to that? It's possible she did call the police. It's possible that she just didn't think that it was a big deal. You know, we have to remember this was a party house. There were people that were going in and out of the home all the time, apparently. So maybe she was confused and nervous why there was some guy in the home, but she may have thought that it was someone visiting one of her roommates. That could be why she didn't call. And as far as why he did not get her, I don't think that he saw her, looking out the door. These doors in the home, if you look online, go inward, they open inward. So she could have been opening the door inward and peeking her head out to see him, and he very well, because it was dark, may not have even seen her. So that's why I don't think that she's involved. And you guys, she's a victim too in this, so please be respectful. I think that if he saw her, the outcome would have ended very differently. And also, at the time that she did physically see him, it was alleged that he was most likely leaving. So even if she did call 911, the victims were most likely already deceased because he was approaching the back sliding glass door. I'm going to be making another video in a little bit, so make sure to follow for more information. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and we'll talk about it. Hey guys, so the next time that we are going to see Bryan Kohberger in court is going to be for his preliminary hearing. This is going to take place on January 12th, 2023. And basically, this hearing is going to be what he's pleading. Is he going to plead guilty? Is he going to plead not guilty? Is he going to plead insanity? We'll find that out then. We'll also kind of find out where this case is going to go then as well. Now, just based on how he's been acting the last week or so since he has been in custody, claiming that he has nothing to do with this, he doesn't know how he's tied, I believe that in this hearing he is going to say that he's not guilty, and I think that he's going to use his knowledge and his background in studying criminology to try and outsmart the jury. I don't think that the DNA and the evidence and the facts of the case are going to lie. However, but we'll obviously see how that plays out. Just because you have knowledge and education in something doesn't mean that you have the tools or the experience or the expertise to commit crimes. Education prepares you for careers, not for committing crimes. I mean, come on. So I'll keep you guys updated. Make sure to follow me. I'll talk about the preliminary hearing when that comes out, and I'll keep you guys updated on anything that happens in the meantime. So I was just editing that clip back together, and I thought of something. When I said education doesn't prepare you to do things, it does. What if he studied criminology with the intent to commit crimes in the future? That's sick. Now, obviously, I don't know that for sure, but I just think it's crazy. I think that ultimately he thought that he was going to be able to get away with it because of his background, and I think that this is all just an experiment to him. That's honestly what I think it is. And just for further clarification, education may give you the knowledge on how to commit crimes. I think I worded that wrong, but it doesn't give you the ability to get away with crimes. So we'll all see in the future. Hi guys, happy Sunday. I'm in a car wash, literally. I wanted to talk about some of the people that were allegedly Bryan Kohberger prior to Bryan Kohberger being arrested. These were people that were talking about the case online that people think were Bryan Kohberger. So the first person that I talked about was the Josco 1972 profile on TikTok. That is definitely not Bryan. He's been active on TikTok after Bryan's arrest. He definitely not Bryan. Definitely not Bryan. Can't talk. Also, look at this. We're in a car wash. This is so cool, you guys. Now, as far as the Papa Roger account, he was someone who was talking about this case very in depth on Facebook in several different Facebook groups prior to Bryan being arrested. And he gave very insightful, very weird comments on the case, what could have happened, what they could have found, what the scene was like. Now, he was not correct about everything, but he was correct about some things. So that's suspicious in itself. Now, Papa Rogers has gone MIA. He is not on social media. He's gone MIA from Facebook, MIA from posting. He has not posted since Brian's arrest. So it is very likely that Papa Rogers is Brian Kohberger, and he was just trying to fuel things, steer people in different directions, add some insight, kind of get people's perspective on the situation, share his own. It's not confirmed that this is Brian, but I feel like once the trial starts and stuff, that information will come out if he is connected to that account. But my question is just like, you were so invested in this case, why, now that we have a suspect, did you go MIA? You know, the case is still active, it's still ongoing, because we haven't gotten to trial yet. So what's your input? So on November 30th, 2022, Papa Roger posted that based off of the evidence released, he believes that law enforcement found a sheath at the crime scene. We, the public, did not know that a sheath was found at the crime scene until January of 2023 in that affidavit. So how did he know that? Also in the affidavit, it states that the suspect entered the area around 4:04 and left at 4:20, that's 14 minutes. When Papa Roger was asked in December how long the person was in the house, he said 15 minutes. How did he know that as well? Hey guys, so the audio that has been going around allegedly of 1122 King Road and the night of the crimes, of the crying and people talking and stuff, that is not true. It's false. Stop sharing it. It's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to the families. The actual real owner of that audio came out and stated that that was something else. That was not 1122 King Road audio from the night of the crimes. So just stop. So good. On a lighter note, McDonald's, I haven't eaten there in years because I only go there for these bacon, egg, and cheese bagel sandwiches. So they need to keep those. Keep these on your menu, and I'm gonna be there every day. Duh. Anyway, make sure to follow me for more. So there was a lot of speculation about why the second page of the affidavit to arrest Brian Kohberger was blank. People were saying that it was redacted because it had information that the public should not have had. That has been debunked. The law enforcement and officials have stated that there was a copying error or something, and that second page was just a photocopy of a blank page, and it wasn't a page that was actually redacted. So the affidavit that we got was the full affidavit, and the second page that was blank was not supposed to be blank. It was just not supposed to be there at all. Hey guys, Brian Kohberger's preliminary hearing has been changed from January 12th at 10 a.m. to January 12th at 8 a.m. It's going to be taking place 2 hours earlier than what it was scheduled for due to scheduling conflicts. So if you want live updates on what is happening during that preliminary hearing, make sure you're around your phones at 8 o'clock in the morning, Idaho time on January 12th. If not, make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you guys updated when the time comes. Good morning, everyone. So a lot of people have been asking me what my opinion is on Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's public defender, basically working with the victims' family members in the past. So basically, long story short, I don't really see a problem with it. We have to remember that this is a very small community of people. So the odds of someone getting arrested and getting a public defender that is a mutual person, that's someone that they know, had worked with, it's very, very common, much more common there than a place like New York or Boston where there's like hundreds and hundreds of public defenders available. This place, I think there was only like 29. Now, I don't know whether or not Ann Taylor chose this case or if she was assigned this case for Brian Kohberger, but I do believe that regardless of the situation, she was most likely put on this case or chose to be on this case because she was the most qualified to help him. She maybe wasn't looking at it as a personal thing, like I want to choose him over Xana's mom. I think it's more so a situation of Ann Taylor maybe more qualified and more experienced to deal with the extent of the charges that Brian Kohberger is facing, whereas other public defenders would be able to easily take on Xana's mom's case. You know what I'm saying? So the only problem that I would possibly see is in the future if he were to be found guilty, him coming out and being like, this wasn't fair, she worked with the victims, she wasn't actually helping me. But I think that this is going to be a very long case, and the more time that he gets to work with her, the more comforting it's going to feel for him, and the more he's going to trust her. So I don't think that the odds of that happening is going to be very likely. So I think that things are okay, and I don't think that it's that big of a deal. Let me know what you guys think down below. Also, I got the new stuffed bagel things at Dunkin'. They're so good. Kind of dry, but you know, they're all right. Good morning, everyone. I just want to ask Mother Nature why she decided to be so rude today. It's -12 right here where I'm at. -12 degrees Fahrenheit. Who asked for this? Who wanted this? Who needed this? I don't think any of us did. But anyway, I wanted to make a quick video to ask you guys if you saw that Bryan Kohberger is allegedly getting like fan mail, letters, gifts, and stuff in the mail. I don't know if he's actually receiving them, if they're giving them to him, or if people are just sending stuff into him. But girls are sending him letters and stuff, apparently. And like, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Why are you idolizing and fascinated over this man who allegedly killed 4 kids? Like, is something wrong with you? And then, you know, that got me thinking once I saw that, like, was this part of his sick plan? Like, he didn't get attention from girls in his real life. So did he do this not only to live out some sick fantasy of like hurting people, but to possibly garnish attention to himself when he got caught? And maybe he was so arrogant thinking that he's gonna get away with this, so it was like some plan for him to get in the spotlight, get people's attention, and then get away with, you know, these crimes and be found innocent. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I think it's a big risk, but then again, he took a big risk killing 4 kids. I mean, come on. It's just crazy. What do you guys think? Hey guys, so remember a couple of days ago I made that video on here saying that it's been speculated that there have been women sending Bryan love letters and stuff like that while he's been locked up? Well, one woman in particular has been confirmed to be doing this. I'm not going to say her name because I think that, like, I don't know if she's doing this for attention or clout or what her thing is, but there's this one woman who has been sending him pictures, letters, and claiming that she's in love with him. Meanwhile, she's never even met him. But she's claiming this, and she claims that he's her masculine, her divine masculine energy or whatever, something like that. She's a mother. So my first question is, like, what is wrong with you? Do you need help? Does your child need help? Because that is not something that a woman, a mother, or a father in their right mind would be doing. It's just not. Are you that desperate? So basically, she claims that her love interest is Bryan. He was accused of murder. She feels as though she is lovesick and she just wants to connect with him above anyone else. Like, what? You never even met this man. She claims that birth charts told her that he could be her divine masculine counterpart. Ma'am, you need help. A lot of it. Hello everyone. So it has been officially reported by several pretty credible news stations that Bryan Kohberger was actually fired from his position as a teacher's assistant at Washington State University. Now it's claimed that, the reports have stated that he was acting sexist toward females. He would treat the females as they were less than the males. He would grade them harshly. And there were actually several incidents that led up to his termination. I'm going to discuss a few of the key points. So basically on September 23rd, he got into an altercation with an actual professor at the university. And that ended up leading to them having several meetings after that about an improvement plan, which basically was trying to steer Bryan into the right direction on how to be a good teacher's assistant. Now, on November 2nd, it was reported that he had this meeting to have this improvement plan. Mind you, this is 11 days prior to the murders. So they have this meeting on November 2nd for the improvement. Students said that after the murders, he started grading a little less harshly. I think that while it could be due to him feeling different after the murders. I think that it was also partially due to this improvement plan where he was just trying to be on the school's good graces. Now, there were several other incidents and altercations with this professor who has their doctorate degree and is an actual professor at this university. Several altercations that he had with this professor after their meeting, which ended up leading to his termination on December 19th. So I think that this information is pretty damaging for him, and the prosecutors are going to use this to their advantage in trial because, one, it shows that he had sexist traits prior to the murders, because this was documented prior, and it also shows that he has some type of anger problems because he's getting into altercations with someone who is clearly above him, you know, in position at this school. So doesn't look good for him. What do you guys think? Good morning, everyone. So regarding my video yesterday that I posted about Brian Kohberger's termination from Washington State University, a lot of people were confused over the fact that it states that Washington State University people met with Brian Kohberger on December 19th to discuss his termination, but we clearly saw him on body cam footage going to Pennsylvania on December 15th. So he was not in Washington State on the 19th for them to meet with him to fire him. Now, I interpreted this as they possibly met over a Zoom call or some other type of like video conference thing. But in cases like this, wording is key, because saying things that could be left to interpretation, which then leads to misinterpretation a lot of the times, could be really detrimental to the prosecutors. Not this specific example, maybe, but wording is key, like I said, and it's very important that you're very specific when talking about this kind of stuff, especially in a case of this magnitude, you know? So let me know what you guys think. I obviously think that they met over a Zoom call and it was just worded wrong. He could have flown back, but I doubt that he did that. Let me know what you guys think. So guys, I woke up thinking that today was Valentine's Day, so I got ready, left to go treat myself, and I did that, but then I just looked and it's the 13th. It's not even the 14th. So that just goes to show how important Valentine's Day is to me. But I got Chick-fil-A. I'm going to show y'all what I got in a second, but I wanted to talk about the gag order and the whole situation with Kaylee's family trying to say that it violates their First Amendment rights. So it basically came out that the gag order does not violate Kaylee or the other victims' family members' First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights are your freedoms of freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, and so on. Now, I think that they were trying to say that the gag order, which prevents them from talking about this case, violates their freedom of speech, which, yes, I do understand that. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess there may be things that are hidden within the court of law where gag orders may be able to do that. But we have to remember, freedom of speech is the right and the freedom to speak opinions, not to speak about trials and stuff like that. So maybe that's it. Now, I do obviously stand with the victims' family members and their family. The attorney that's representing Kaylee's family and, you know, this whole violation of their First Amendment right does have an opportunity to refute that, and they're probably going to, just haven't done that yet. So I'm interested to see how they respond, and we shall see. Now let me show you all what I got at Chick-fil-A. I got my milkshake, per usual. I got, look at this heart-shaped tin of chicken, and look at a heart-shaped tin of brownies. I also got French fries, because who goes to Chick-fil-A without fries? Except I always ask for extra salt because they do not salt these right. And these fries are actually pretty good today. They never salt my fries at this location. I always have to ask for salt. But today, they salted them. I guess they found out what salt is. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. I know I'm a day early, but who cares? Who really cares, honestly? And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. So late last night on News Nation, it was reported that reliable sources close to the investigation shared with News Nation that it was Ethan's best friend that actually discovered Ethan and Xana's body on the morning of their killings. Now, this contradicts what was assumed and what was guessed in the past, where the two surviving roommates found the bodies or thought that they were unconscious, ran outside. One was passing out, one couldn't speak, and made the 911 call. And then there was also assumptions that they called friends over to help. This is what I think happened, if it is true that Ethan's best friend found the bodies. Now, this is not confirmed or anything. This is just my speculation. This is what I think is the most reasonable explanation for this. I think that Ethan needed to be somewhere that morning. He didn't show up. His best friend was trying to call him or get in touch with him and couldn't. Ultimately ended up going to Xana's house where Ethan was staying, discovered the bodies, and then alerted the surviving roommate, Dylan, that was on the same floor as Ethan and Xana. And then she called 911 and the best friend spoke. I think that that would be the most reasonable, most rational explanation if this is true, if the best friend did discover the bodies. Because remember how they were sharing on the news that friends arrived before the police arrived? I don't think that that's necessarily what happened. I think a friend showed up, alerted Dylan, and then the cops were called. I don't think that Dylan saw anything. I don't think that she saw the scene prior to the friend showing up, because it was stated that one of them was like in sight of the doorway or something. So if she woke up and saw that, I don't think that her first reaction would be, let me call friends, because this would have been a very horrific scene. So I think that the friend showed up, saw it, alerted Dylan, police were called, and that's what happened, in my opinion. Make sure to follow me for more. More information will come out soon, and I'm going to keep you guys updated on that. Let me know what you guys think. So I've been seeing a lot of people on my For You page basically stating that they don't believe this is the first time Brian has killed, because he killed 4 people. They say that you have to be seasoned, this, that, and the other thing. I don't believe that. I feel like this is the first time Brian killed. I feel like he went to the house on King Road to kill 1, maybe 2 people, and 2 or 3 people either got in the way or saw him. There's many examples out there where first-time killers kill several people at their first time. I can make a whole video separate on this, where mothers or fathers kill their entire family, or school shooters kill several people. Like, just because he killed 4 people doesn't mean that this is his second, third, fourth time killing. I feel like he did not kill in the past. I could be wrong, but I feel like he went there to kill 1, and he felt like he had to end up killing 4. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it less severe, but that's just my opinion. What do you guys think? Good morning, everyone. So it was reported last night on News Nation that Brian Kohberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, got a pay raise. She's going to be making $200 per hour for 40 hours a week. That's 200 times 40. That's $8,000 a week. Now, part of me obviously knows that this is because this is a high-profile case. I'm not saying that she's going to convince a jury that he's innocent, but, you know, with the amount of work that she has to put in, I'm not surprised that she got a pay raise of this much. So let me know what you guys think of that. Honestly, I feel like I'm in the wrong field. Like, maybe I should start becoming a public defender. Now, it's also been stated that the people that were working on this case to catch Brian didn't get raises or anything. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like they should have at least gotten a bonus or something. The police department and law enforcement and FBI, they were trying to catch Brian based on evidence and DNA. So I feel like they should have gotten a bonus or some type of pay increase as well. I feel like that would only have been fair. And also, they too worked very long hours, days, nights, weeks, months to catch this man. So I do hope that they got compensated for that. Even if it wasn't publicized, I do hope that they got compensated somehow for it. Good morning, everyone. Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's public defender, has spoken out about the gag order. She states that the gag order is necessary for this case in order to ensure that her client, Brian, has a fair trial. And I do agree with this. I think that information being spewed out to the public would just create a biased jury, which would just extend this case and prolong it even more. So I think that it is necessary for now, and we just have to wait until June to see what new information comes out. I mean, we have to be patient with this, because if we're not, it's going to cause a bias jury, and it's going to prolong this literally months, possibly even years. So just be patient, guys. Hey everyone, sources close to the University of Idaho killings investigation has shared with News Nation that Brian is confident that he is going to be exonerated, confident that he is going to walk away and not be convicted of killing these 4 University of Idaho students.
Brian Kohberger, according to our sources, multiple sources directly connected to this case, saying that he believes, he is confident he's going to be exonerated, that he will beat the rap.
Personally, I do not believe that that is what's going to happen. There is so much information and evidence kind of against him just already that we know, that we the public knows. The sheath next to one of the victims' bodies had his DNA on it. We have his phone being off during the times that these crimes were committed. We have one of the surviving roommates seeing him. And we also have that shoe print that they found as well. So it's not looking good for him. He may feel confident and stuff like that, but I don't think he actually does. I think that he knew that he wasn't as confident as he thought, because that's why we have to wait until June. He could have had a speedy preliminary hearing and had this over with if he was really confident. Make sure that you guys follow me for more updates. I'm going to keep you guys in the loop as soon as I have new information. Good morning, everyone. So I have an update on the University of Idaho quadruple homicides case. When Brian Kohberger's phone was seized for investigation, they found photos, which means plural, at least 2, of one of the victims in his camera roll. At least one of the victims. Take a listen.
So, somebody who's very familiar with the investigation says that after they arrested Brian Kohberger, they took his phone, which of course is what you'd expect. And now that they've been looking at his phone, they have all of his communications. They have all of the things that you would have on your phone. And one of the things that they looked at were the pictures. And there are pictures of at least one of the victims in his photo roll. We don't know the details of those pictures. We don't know whether they are pictures he took from a distance. We don't know if they're pictures he downloaded from her social media, but he had pictures of one of the female victims on his phone.
Now, obviously with this gag order, information that we're being fed is limited, so we do not know if there were other victims in his phone. We can allege that the photos in his phone were most likely of Kaylee, the one that he was messaging on Instagram and trying to get a hold of on there. We don't know for sure though. We can just speculate at this time. Crazy information, just another red flag, another thing that's going to make this case very hard for Brian Kohberger. Now, I also do want to point out that Mad Greek, the restaurant that both Maddie and Xana worked at, was a good spot for vegans. Brian Kohberger is a vegan, so he most likely knew of Maddie and Xana by way of that restaurant, and possibly Kaylee being a friend to both Maddie and Xana, maybe frequently visited the Mad Greek restaurant. So maybe that is how he ultimately came into contact with her. That's just my thought. Obviously, we don't know for sure right now, but it's just a lot of things. We will find out more as time progresses, so make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you guys updated as soon as new information comes out. Good morning, everyone. So I have 2 new updates regarding the University of Idaho murder case. The first is that the 1122 King Road home has been boarded up completely. Windows and doors completely boarded up. Now, this could be due to several things: preserving the home, possibly preserving the home for a jury to walk through, possibly just trying to limit the amount of pictures and videos and stuff of the inside of the house circulating on the internet, several things. But regardless, the house is boarded up. Just wanted to let you guys know that. Now, the second thing is the request for discovery, the defense's request for discovery.
This is a part of a supplemental motion. And what's interesting to me is if you looked at the original discovery motion made by the defense, it included everything but the kitchen sink. It was very expansive, but yet something new had to have come to light for them to submit a supplemental discovery motion. And attached to that motion is Exhibit A, which would further define what this motion is about. Is it about HIPAA? Is it about a mental health issue that they want sealed? Or is it about an informant?
Now, like the reporter stated, it could be about HIPAA, it could be about a mental health issue, it could be about an informant, a witness, a picture surface, a police report, it could be anything. We're not going to know any of that, unfortunately, until later down the line, but I just wanted to keep you guys updated on that information. So make sure to follow for more, and I will keep you guys updated on the next thing that I hear. Good morning, everyone. So I have an update on the University of Idaho quadruple homicides case. It's being reported that the house where the Moscow, Idaho murders took place will be demolished. The owner is basically giving the house to the university, and they state that demolishing it will be a healing step. In a later tweet, it stated that the demolition will begin this semester. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and as always, make sure to follow for new updates and more information on this case. Hey guys, so I'm going to be showing you my nightly routine. Tonight I'm going to be feeding my leopard geckos some hornworms. So while you guys watch this, I'm going to be talking about what I know so far about Exhibit A from Bryan Kohberger's defense team's request for discovery. So Exhibit A was sealed from the public for two reasons we now know. The first, because it was allegedly life-threatening or could be endangering to individuals involved. And the second reason being that the defense wants to preserve Brian's right to a fair trial. To me, this just kind of shows that whatever information is in there could be even more damning for Bryan Kohberger, that they don't want it public right now. It just doesn't look good for him. Let me know what you guys think and follow for more. Good morning, everyone. So I have an update on the University of Idaho quadruple homicides case. So a few days ago, we discussed here on my page the fact that Brian had several photos of one of the female victims in his camera roll. It's now being reported that those photos were taken from the victim's social media page and not photos that he physically took himself of the victim, at least not that we know of right now. It's also being stated that he followed both Kaylee and Maddie on Instagram, and that he liked all of Maddie's photos. At this point, it's kind of looking like maybe Maddie was the main target, maybe Kaylee was the second target, but it's possible that if Maddie was the main target, he didn't even know that Kaylee would be there, considering she didn't even live at the house at the time. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and make sure to follow for more. Hey guys, so I wasn't really in the best headspace this morning, so I decided to take a drive to clear my head. I ended up driving a little too far. I don't know where I'm at, but I was like, since I'm out here, I might as well look for something to buy. Now, I'm not really a fan of noodles. I don't really like ramen that much, but we don't have this place where I live, so I ended up just getting something simple. I got butter noodles with some chicken added on top. I love butter noodles. It's simple, it tastes good, and I love chicken. So we're gonna try it now real quick. All right, so we're gonna get some noodles and we're gonna get some chicken. Let's try it. Oh, chicken, get back here. Okay, here we go. Pretty good. It definitely is butter noodles. This chicken tastes like Parmesan. I like garlic. I think they gave me the wrong chicken because I asked for just regular grilled chicken, but that's all right. It's still pretty good. It's so hard to eat with one hand. So, Investigation Discovery is coming out with a new documentary on the University of Idaho case. It's going to be airing this March. And I guess it's just going to dig deeper into the case. And I'm really excited. I love Investigation Discovery. So make sure that you guys are staying tuned for when that comes out. I think they said the second week of March. Oh my god. I hope that didn't fall on the floor. I just vacuumed my car. There's a Joann's craft store next to me, and I wish I did crafts because that place looks really cool. But I don't do crafts. If I had to rate this out of 10, I would give it a solid 7. I just realized that there was someone sitting in their car, probably watching me, probably judging me this entire time. I don't even know why I'm whispering. I think it's just time for me to go. Bye, guys. Good morning, everyone. So there have been some articles circulating online that Bryan Kohberger could be facing the firing squad if he is convicted of killing the 4 University of Idaho students and is sentenced to death. For anyone who doesn't know what the firing squad is, it was used in the past for people who were convicted of heinous crimes and sentenced to death. Basically, a bunch of soldiers would line up and start firing at the person who was sentenced to death, and then one of them would fire the lethal blow, but none of them would know who it was. So they weren't feeling guilty of like, hey, I just killed someone. So that was legal in the past. It became illegal, and then they've switched to lethal injection in a lot of states. But I guess the product for lethal injection is becoming harder to get, some of the materials. So Idaho is saying that if he is convicted and they cannot get the ingredients or the mix for the lethal injection, that he would be subject to the firing squad. Now, I have mixed opinions on the death penalty. I would feel guilty sitting here saying, like, I hope that he's sentenced to death. I hope that he dies. I wouldn't feel good about myself doing that. But the families of the victims have every right to feel the way they feel, to want justice to be served in the way that they want it to be served. So if death penalty is the route in which this ends up going, then obviously we have to stand by that and support it. I obviously want justice to be served, and I want these families to have peace and closure, and I want them to have, justice served in the way that they want. So let me know what you guys think in the comments, and as always, make sure to follow for more updates. Good morning, everyone. So the arrest warrant has been unsealed. We now know what police officers took from Bryan Kohberger's parents' home. They took a silver flashlight, 4 medical-style gloves, a white t-shirt, a black sweatshirt, a black and white pair of Nike shoes, black Under Armour socks, black shorts, black boxers, and a swab, which is basically just a DNA swab. Now, as a guy, I do own a lot of black clothes, black boxers, stuff like that, but I don't go around with medical gloves and a flashlight. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. Good morning, everyone. So the court has responded to the conflict of interest in the University of Idaho Bryan Kohberger situation, as far as Bryan Kohberger's public defender Ann Taylor representing some of the victims' parents. I'm going to attach the documents and some screenshots in this video, so feel free to pause and read them, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. Make sure to follow, because I'm going to keep you guys updated. So we have some new information on Bryan Kohberger's past. He, in 2011, worked as a part-time seasonal employee at a local fish business or something in Pennsylvania. He was responsible for filleting fish and cutting fish netting. And the person that he worked under said that he had a very hard time interacting with people, making eye contact, and he didn't really do a very good job at his job. So now people are basically saying that his inability to keep and do jobs that he was hired to do correctly kind of hints at the fact that he was unable to, if he did commit these crimes, commit the perfect crime and get away with it. He was unable to do that as well. Also, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that when you fillet a fish, you have to cut the fish open. So maybe this is what introduced him to using knives, Possibly. So it sounds as if Bryan Kohberger has some social anxiety growing up. That does not necessarily make someone a killer at all. There's a lot of people that suffer from social anxiety and cannot make eye contact. But if you combine that and pair it with other mental illnesses that Bryan was most likely facing, he was most likely set up for failure, especially if he was not getting help for the issues that he had inside. So yeah, make sure to follow me for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. We now know what police officers took from Brian Kohberger's parents' home. So this is the full list of items that they took from his parents' home. There is 4 pages you can pause to read. Some of the things that stood out to me was the fact that they took several black masks, black gloves, different knives, and also a GUN. I tried saying that in the last video, they took it down. But yeah, pause to read and let me know what you guys think. Make sure to follow for more. Good morning, everyone. So we now know what Brian Kohberger was doing the very early morning hours when he was arrested. Apparently, he was in his kitchen awake with gloves on, separating his trash into little baggies. So basically what he was trying to do was separate his trash from the main house's trash, so that way it was somewhat impossible for investigators to collect his DNA from the main trash. In this, I don't even know how you could defend this, because nobody is up at 3 o'clock in the morning separating trash. Like, nobody's doing that. And of course, I will still have people on my page like, oh, Brian's innocent, blah, blah, blah. I still have people that say that. But guys, this is not the court of law. He's innocent in the court of law until proven guilty. This is not the court of law. I'm not a juror. I don't work in the court. I can think that he's guilty. There's a mountain of evidence so far that shows that. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you think there was any reasonable explanation for why he was doing what he was doing, other than him just seeming very suspicious? Let me know, and as always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Good morning, everyone. So I've been seeing a lot of people on my For You page talking about the fact that Brian Kohberger is allegedly obsessed with watching details emerge about his own case and about him on TV. Now, unpopular opinion, but I really do not believe this. Like, first off, who is sharing this information with the media? Is it an inmate? Is it someone that works there? Like, who is it? Because we don't know. And second off, last time I checked, I thought that Brian only had like 1 hour to watch TV a day. There's 23 hours in a day. If he only gets 1 hour, I doubt that he is getting that 1 hour of daytime television to watch coverage of his case. There's not even really any daytime coverage of this case. Most of the coverage of this case is happening at night. So unless he can DVR and record stuff, I don't really think that he's watching and obsessing over this case the way that everyone else is online. Now, as far as him like finding God, you know how news outlets are saying like, oh, he's like getting communion or whatever. I don't think that he's become religious in jail. I think that he's just bored. And I think that he's going to take any opportunity he can to get a little bit of extra time out of his jail cell to be out of his jail cell. If that's him going to get communion or going to the chapel, I think he's going to do it. I don't think that he's become religious. I think that he's just trying to get as much time out of his jail cell as he can. Let me know what you guys think, and make sure to follow for more. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday, information did come out, and sources confirmed that Brian Kohberger does have access to his own TV and own remote in his jail cell. Now, a few days ago, when the rumors were circulating online that Brian Kohberger is obsessed with watching his own case on TV, I made a video and said that I don't believe that, because coverage of this case is so minimal now. It's only happening on like one channel very late at night. And we were all under the impression that he only got 1 hour of TV time. So I was like, the odds of that is so slim. I didn't believe it. But if he has one TV, like his own TV and his own remote in his room, and he has access to flipping through the channels, watching TV 24/7, maybe my opinion will change, because he would then have access to that channel at that time, and he could watch himself and his own case on TV. Now, the media did not state whether or not he can watch TV 24/7. They just stated that he has his own TV in his cell. It is possible that his TV is either unplugged, the remote's taken, and he may only have that 1 hour of TV time a day like everyone initially thought. But no one's talking about that. But it's also possible that he does have access to 24-hour TV and, general cable. We don't know for sure. I am hoping that he only gets the 1 hour of television and the TV is just in there so he doesn't have to interact with other inmates, and to limit their contact with him, because at this point we know that he's getting his own like menu diet because he's a vegan. We know that he has headphones to make calls to his family members and his loved ones. And if he now has 24-hour access to television, like to cable, like, what is the point of being in jail and paying for the crimes that you allegedly committed if you're literally just being treated like you're royalty? I don't think that that's right, especially because the victims will never have an opportunity to FaceTime or call their loved ones or watch TV. I just don't think that it's right. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Again, we don't know for sure if he has access to that TV 24/7. I'm going to look into this a little bit more, so make sure to follow me, and I will keep you guys updated on what I find out. Good morning, everyone. So I have some new details on Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho murder case. The first is that allegedly Bryan Kohberger is shedding a lot of weight in jail. This could be due to several different factors. One, maybe he doesn't like the vegan options. He's not eating as much in there. Two, he could just be overly stressed. That does cause weight loss as well. And three, it could be a tactic that his defense team is telling him that he also is trying to follow. That way in court, they can be like, look at him. How could a scrawny guy like this commit a crime of this magnitude? That usually doesn't work because we've seen what he looked like when he was arrested. So I don't know. He could just be stressed and maybe not liking his options. But those are the three things that I thought of initially. Now, the second thing is that Bryan Kohberger's sisters, both of them allegedly, and I am saying allegedly because these are coming from another unknown source, allegedly they both lost their jobs. I don't know if this is actually true. I think that it's probably illegal for people to fire employees based on something that their siblings did. I don't think that any of us believe that his sisters were like conspiring and trying to plan out this attack with him. So I don't think that that sounds right. What I do think happened is that they had to take leave from their jobs because of the exposure that they were probably getting. So maybe they didn't get fired, but they did lose their jobs temporarily until this case is done and over with. And of course, nobody involved in this case will ever be able to go back to their normal lives. But I mean, in the sense that at this point where Bryan Kohberger is being seen as horrible by everyone, they're grouping his family into that category as well with him because they're choosing to support their family member. And it's probably not the best idea for their safety to be out mingling with the public. Just wanted to keep you guys updated on that. Make sure to follow for more information and updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys later. Good morning, everyone. We have some new information on the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. We now know that there was braiding material involved in this case. So we now have that in here. Basically, I didn't know what braiding material was, so I Google searched it. And it's basically a list compiled of law enforcement, police officers that have told untruthful things involving a case. So I'm really hoping that this doesn't make any type of compromise in this case. So this is a screenshot of that document. It could be major, could be minor. We don't know yet. Make sure to follow me. I'll keep you guys updated as new information comes out. Good morning, everyone. So we have some new information on the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Bryan Kohberger's Washington neighbor did speak out and for the first time said publicly how much of a night owl Bryan was. He said that Bryan usually kept to himself. He didn't ever hear him talking to other people. He seemed to be, a loner, someone who, is very much kept to themselves, which kind of contradicts what the other person said. That was allegedly the neighbor who was like, they've heard a female there a couple of times. This guy is saying he never heard, really anybody there other than Bryan being disruptive and kind of loud at night, whether he was cleaning or just organizing, doing stuff in his apartment very, very late at night. Now, why is him being a night owl so important to this case? Well, these crimes occurred very late at night, very, very late. He is known to be up very, very late. So it's not like he can have a defense that's like he was tired, he sleeps at that time, he's usually sleeping. No, we have confirmation that he is up very, very late at night. So that is why that's important. Now, there was also some confusion about the sheath. They said that there was some issues with the sheath and a lot of people were panicking because the sheath is what ultimately connects Bryan Kohberger to this residence physically the night of the crimes. So a lot of people were panicking. However, we did find out late last night that the issue came because part of the DNA that was collected from Bryan Kohberger's home in Pennsylvania was sent to Idaho. The sheath was sent to a lab in Texas. So 2 different labs did DNA on this case. So that was what the issue was. So hopefully that doesn't cause too much of an issue in court. I don't think it will, but that was what the problem with the sheath was. Good morning, everyone. Don't mind my appearance. I literally just woke up 5 minutes ago, but I want to make this video real quick. So late last night, News Nation started reporting that identification belonging to one of the 4 University of Idaho students that was killed on King Road last year was found when they were taking things from Bryan Kohberger's residence. So either some piece of identification was found at his apartment in Pullman, Washington, or found at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. Now, as of right now, law enforcement has never confirmed this, but if you look on the list of items that were collected from Bryan Kohberger's residence, one of the bullet points state that there was an ID and a glove in a box. So I think that News Nation kind of just started digging into this and maybe is assuming that there was an ID belonging to one of the victims found in a glove in a box at one of his residences. So far, nothing has been confirmed, and I don't even think it can be confirmed because of the gag order, but that's just where we're at right now. If this is true and there was an ID or some type of identification belonging to one of the victims found at one of his residences, that's going to be very, very crazy. But right now, I'm skeptical because it's News Nation reporting this. Not that they're not credible, but there's like no way to confirm this right now, other than them just saying this. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed that this is true and that it does just further confirm that this is the person that committed these crimes and that the right person is in custody. But right now, that's all I have. So make sure to follow me for more information. I will keep you guys updated, and hopefully you guys have a good weekend. And if something happens, I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I will see you next week. Good morning, everyone. So there's some new information that's circulating online about Bryan Kohberger. Apparently, a female associate of his was dealing with someone who was breaking into her home. She confided in him and basically asked recommendations about security cameras and stuff like that, security systems. And now law enforcement has this in their hands. They're looking into whether or not Bryan Kohberger was actually the one that was breaking into her home and potentially stalking her. Now, I have stated that I don't believe that Bryan Kohberger has killed before. I know that they're looking into cold cases and stuff around his Pennsylvania home and seeing if maybe there's a connection between the cold case and Bryan Kohberger. I don't think that he has killed before. I do, however, think and believe that he may have stalked and broken into homes before to stalk. I don't think that he has killed before, though. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they get any leads about whether Bryan was the one that was breaking into his associate's home. And if there is proof of that, it's just going to be more damaging for him. Now, there's also a new interview that went around where Bryan Kohberger's neighbor spoke out about how he met Bryan Kohberger's father in Washington. And basically the father told the neighbor that Bryan's shy, he's not good at making friends. So the neighbor started trying to include Bryan in things, inviting him out, stuff like that. But the neighbor's wife was like, I'm getting weird vibes from him. I'm not getting great energy. So eventually that stopped. Now, if people are getting weird vibes from Bryan, not even weird, but like negative vibes, negative energy, and they don't want to be around him, that eventually, after a little while, would have possibly fueled some type of anger inside of him to where he felt like he needed to kill 4 students. Anyways, let me know in the comments if you believe that Bryan Kohberger has killed before, if he's stalked, if you believe that he's broken into people's homes. Let me know. And make sure to follow if you want more updates on this case and others. Hopefully I will see you guys soon here on my page. And yeah, have a good weekend. Hey guys, so in the video that I posted yesterday talking about Bethany Funk and her being subpoenaed into the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case, a couple of people commented and said that I shouldn't be pressuring Bethany and were calling me like a bad person. I by no means was pressuring her. I just said that you would think that as these victims' friend, she would take the stand. Now, I understand that this is not something that is like a black and white thing. Now, whereas I would be subpoenaed, if I were to be subpoenaed into anything like this, I would obviously have no problem going. But we don't know Bethany Funk. You know, there is a lot at stake. You have her reputation on the line. You have media. You have social media who is ruthless and was very ruthless to her, you know, when they were investigating this case, blaming her, blaming the other surviving roommate. So it makes sense as to why she doesn't want to partake in this. You also have Brian Kohberger. His life is on the line. There's life or death. The death penalty is up on the line. And maybe she doesn't want that pressure of, you know, being a deciding factor in someone else's life. There's so many things that play into it. Maybe she has anxiety. Maybe she's not good speaking publicly. We don't know. So I wasn't judging her for wanting to quash the subpoena. I was just stating that you would think that she would have no problem doing this. But then after thinking about it, of course, a lot plays into it. So who are we to judge? Ultimately, it is not her say, I don't think, whether or not she appears. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. She might be forced to, not by me, of course, but by the grand juror or the judge. So I'm going to keep you guys updated. Make sure to follow. But I just don't want people to think like I was judging her for her decision. I was just stating like my thought process at the time. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. You guys, I literally just posted my recent video talking about how the Bethany Funk situation, it's not her decision whether she appears or not as a material witness. As soon as I hit publish, I went on to my Twitter feed and I saw that the judge signed off that she does in fact have to appear as a material witness. So she has to. She literally has to, whether she wants to or not. It seems as though that quash thing was denied. So Bethany Funk will be appearing as a material witness in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I'm going to keep you guys updated as soon as I find out more. Alright guys, I'm doing a million things today, but I'm trying to stay on top of this. There's a lot of information that's coming out today. We already know that Bethany Funk is being required to be at the preliminary hearing as a material witness for the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case this June. But now we are finding out that the defense team is actually the ones who wanted her to be there. They requested her there. I think that they're going to try and kind of question her to make it seem as though just because she didn't hear anything or see anything, it didn't happen. I'm not too worried about this because she could have very well just been on the first floor and not heard anything. Just because she didn't hear or see anything doesn't mean it didn't happen. I mean, there was 4 dead people in the home. But this also puts into perspective why Bethany Funk maybe didn't want to be a part of this as a material witness, because she would kind of be going up against what Dylan will be testifying on the stand as well. So the defense is requesting Bethany. I'm sure the prosecutors are requesting Dylan. Honestly, I just feel like this is going to be crazy, but I'm not too worried. I feel like justice will be served. And regardless of what Bethany heard, what she didn't hear, what she saw, what she didn't see, I don't think that a jury is going to find him not guilty based off of all of the facts and stuff that we know. So make sure to follow. I'll keep you guys updated. Have a good day, and who knows, maybe I'll see you again today. You guys, I literally just posted my recent video talking about how the Bethany Funk situation, it's not her decision whether she appears or not as a material witness. As soon as I hit publish, I went on to my Twitter feed and I saw that the judge signed off that she does in fact have to appear as a material witness. So she has to. She literally has to, whether she wants to or not. It seems as though that quash thing was denied. So Bethany Funk will be appearing as a material witness in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I'm going to keep you guys updated as soon as I find out more. Hey guys, I had a really long day, so don't mind my appearance right now. Basically, there's some rumors that are going around stating that Bethany Funk saw the killer in the home the night that the crimes took place, running out the sliding glass doors with no clothes on. This has not been confirmed by any real credible news outlets right now. It says that it states that in the affidavit, but we didn't even see that in the affidavit. So I just think that this is a rumor that someone started and then some bogus news place like picked it up. I don't think that that's true. However, what is true is that Bethany agreed to sit down and have an interview with Bryan Kohberger's defense team so that she doesn't have to go to the preliminary hearing. So she will be doing a sit-down interview with Bryan Kohberger's defense team, but she will not have to testify at the preliminary hearing. Make sure to follow for more updates. I'll keep you guys updated as more information comes out. Hey guys, I'm at Duncan. Someone the other day asked me if Bethany's deposition interview is something that she's under oath when she's doing. And to answer your question, yes. Most of the time, deposition interviews are sworn out of court testimonies, which you are under oath for. So most likely she will be under oath as she is, doing this deposition interview. I don't know exactly what she would have seen on the first floor, but she may have heard something that contradicts Dylan's timeline or the timeline that Bryan Kohberger's phone was inactive. I, regardless, do still believe that they have the right guy, that Bryan Kohberger is the one that committed these crimes against the 4 University of Idaho students. But the defense team is gonna try to do what they can to make it seem like he's innocent. So if that means lying, trying to confuse Bethany, trying to discredit Dylan, that's what they're gonna do. But I don't think that it's ultimately going to work. Make sure to follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys soon. Have a great day. I love how the minute that I step into my car to make plans with myself, it starts pouring. Like, that would be my luck. Now, I wanted to come on here and let you guys know that Bryan Kohberger's preliminary hearing has been set back a few days. It's not going to be taking place on June 30th. However, on May 25th, there was a motion hearing that has been scheduled. A motion hearing, for anyone that doesn't really know, I Googled it. It's basically, in simpler terms, when either the defense or the prosecutor are trying to appeal something in the case, or they're going to try and have the judge issue a ruling for something involving the case. We don't know anything too much deeper, but in simpler terms, that's just what it is. So make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you guys updated as more information comes out. But for right now, the preliminary, June 30th, the motion hearing, May 25th. Good morning, everyone. So new body cam footage has been released of Bryan Kohberger being pulled over a month before the University of Idaho killings. Take a listen to the way that he speaks to the female police officer. It kind of lines up with how other people describe Bryan to have been, someone who questions what other people says. If it doesn't line up with what he thinks or what he feels, he questions it and kind of mansplains them a little bit. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and we'll discuss this further a little bit later on.
Hello, I am Officer Langus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Yes. We just got this for you out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck like in the intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done been? Just
You're not supposed to block an intersection like that in Washington, so just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation, and then you're running a red light, so it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go, because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, and then you're blocking, so.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh.
Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, like right before I made the turn, there was someone who like made a right. They didn't have their, their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up.
Good morning, everyone. So yesterday, a ton of new information has surfaced about Bryan Kohberger and his alleged involvement in the University of Idaho killings. So late last night, I posted a clip of Bryan Kohberger being pulled over 1 month before the University of Idaho killings. He was challenging the police officer, kind of questioning her as to why he was pulled over and stuff like that, which matches how other people described him to have been someone who always needed to be right, someone who challenged the rules, things like that. But that's not all. They also shared that there was a storage unit that he had that was attached to a laundry area conveniently, and they believe that he did access it between when the murders took place and before he left to Pennsylvania. The door was slightly open, so they were able to go in there, and they do believe that there's trace evidence in there that might tie Bryan Kohberger further to these murders. Now, the third thing, we all knew that Bryan Kohberger was fired from Washington State as a teacher's assistant, but what we're now just finding out is that there was also a no trespass order placed on him to where he was no longer allowed on Washington State University campus. What did he do to have this put on him? Who knows? But it clearly was something big, because employers don't just put no trespass orders on employees that they fire or that quit. And then the last thing is that when police officers went to his apartment in Pullman, Washington to serve him the paperwork and do the search warrant on his apartment, he was not there. He was either already back in Pennsylvania at the time or at least driving back to Pennsylvania. So police officers went in there while he was not there. They ended up realizing that his bedroom door was locked. So why is your bedroom door locked? Like, what is in your bedroom door that you felt the need to lock the bedroom door before you went back to Pennsylvania? That, a little sus. Also, they did test a bunch of things that looked like blood in that apartment. And get this. So they tested things like on the carpet. If there was a reddish brown stain on the carpet, they tested it. If there was like a reddish brown drip on the wall, they tested it. All of the things that they tested came back negative. They were not blood, except a drip that was found on his mattress cover. A brownish red drip on the mattress cover came back as positive for being blood. It could be his blood, could be someone else's blood. We don't know for right now, but there was blood on the mattress cover. So did he leave going back to Pennsylvania knowing that there was some type of evidence in his room, which is why he locked his bedroom door? Who knows? It's crazy. Things are definitely getting real as we get closer to the preliminary hearing and stuff like that. So follow for more information. I'm going to keep you guys updated. Do not worry. Hope you guys have a good day, and I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, guys. So I did look into the documents and Bryan Kohberger's rental thing. And it is true, he was one person renting a 2-bedroom apartment. However, he was only paying to rent 1 bedroom. So the other bedroom that was in that apartment, whoever owns that apartment, whether it's Washington State, whether it's an individual person, whether it's a company, they would have most likely locked that other bedroom door, so that way he was not accessing that room, because he was not paying for that other room. He was only paying for his room and obviously the common areas of that house. Sorry, my nose is itching. But nonetheless, it's still sus, the whole situation. He has a no trespass order on him from Washington State. The blood droplets found in his room on the mattress cover and the pillow. So this doesn't let him off the hook in my eyes. And it is possible that maybe the blood droplets found on both the mattress cover and the uncased pillow was in that other room that was locked. However, most apartments don't come with a bed that has a mattress cover and uncased pillows where you just come in, move in, put your sheets and your pillowcases on, and you call it a day. Unless that's what this apartment complex does, I doubt that that's the case. So I'm going to keep you guys updated, obviously. Make sure to follow for more, and I will talk to you guys soon. Have a good day. Good morning, everyone. So a week or two ago, I made a video talking about the motion hearing that Bryan Kohberger had scheduled for May 25th, 2023, that was basically going to attack that gag order and the situation with Kaylee's family. That has since been vacated as of late last night, and something new has been scheduled. It's called a scheduling conference. They're basically going to kill two birds with one stone. They're going to do their scheduling conference information, and they're also going to tackle the information that would have been tackled at the motion hearing. So they're doing both of those things on the same day on May 22nd at 10 a.m. Now, I will share the documents at the end of this video, but it states that this may be live streamed. So Bryan Kohberger will most likely be here for this scheduling hearing virtually over Zoom from his jail cell, and it is possible that this will be live streamed. There's a Zoom username and password. Whether or not the public will be able to watch it or not, we don't know right now, but it says that it might be live streamed, so there's a chance that we may be able to watch this as it unfolds. I'm going to put the documents on the screen now. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So we have two new updates in the Idaho murder case. The first is that seniors Kaylee and Maddie will both be getting their bachelor's degree next week, and that Ethan and Xana will both be earning certificates in the fields that they studied at the school. And then the second update is that Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger's defense lawyer, has added a co-counsel, a death-qualified co-counsel to her team. This person's name is Elisa Massoth, I believe, and she's going to be stepping in to help Ann Taylor convince a judge or jury that Bryan Kohberger is innocent and didn't commit these heinous crimes. You know, the fact that Ann Taylor has to get a co-counsel and ask for help, I'm not sure if co-counsels are things that a lot of defense lawyers end up needing, but to me, on the outside looking in, it feels as though there's so much evidence and damning things against her client that she needs to reach out for help and get, you know, someone else's opinions and insight and, you know, help trying to convince a jury or a judge that he's innocent. So we're going to see how this plays out. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments. If not, I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So some new updates in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case. That motion hearing that was set for May 22nd of this year, Bryan Kohberger and his team are not ready for. They want to provide expert testimony, but unfortunately on that day, they cannot do so. So they're trying to push the date back. Whether the date will be changed or not, we don't know right now. That's just what they're trying to do. To me, it seems like they're just trying to buy more time. In the same document that states that they are not ready for this motion hearing on the 22nd of May, it states that news and media coverage of this case goes against Bryan Kohberger's 6th and 14th Amendment rights, which is basically his right to a fair trial. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'm going to keep you guys updated. We'll figure out if this date is going to be changed or not, probably today or sometime early next week. So make sure to follow for that. I'll keep you guys updated, of course. Hope you guys have a good day, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Don't mind me. I literally just woke up. On May 22nd at 11 a.m., there is going to be a motion to compel discovery in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case. In simpler terms, the defense team does not believe that the prosecution has handed over their exculpatory evidence. So the defense wants basically everything. They want body cam footage. They want everything, basically, and the prosecution has not handed any of that over. The prelim is going to be next month. So I'm not sure if this is going to end up delaying the preliminary hearing or what, but I will say that this motion to compel thing is going to be public. I'm going to put the documents at the end of this so you can actually watch it live as it's taking place. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll keep you guys updated for more, so make sure to follow. Good morning, everyone. So remember how last week the defense for Bryan Kohberger was basically saying that they want the exculpatory evidence. They want everything that the prosecution has, and the prosecution has not handed that over to them. Well, new documents have surfaced, and the state has responded to the defense. The state is wondering what the heck they're talking about. The state has said that they've provided the defense with everything that they have in the documents, which I'll show at the end of this video. It shows like over 10,000 video and photos, over 10,000 notes. Like, they submitted everything that they have, and the defense is somehow still not happy with that. They still think that they have more on Bryan Kohberger than they're letting on. Now, is this the defense's way of trying to create doubt, or are they just paranoid that the state has more than they're letting on and they just want to be prepared? We don't know, but obviously as we get closer to the prelim and, you know, as time goes on, things will come out to fruition. So we'll have to just wait and see. Make sure to follow me for more updates on this case, and I'm going to put the documents that I was just talking about right now. Good morning, everyone. So some major updates in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for Kohberger for June has been canceled. That's no longer going to be a thing. We're still going to get the motion hearing and the scheduling conference on the 22nd of May. But as far as that prelim, it's not taking place anymore. Now, there are rumors circulating online that Bryan Kohberger was indicted by a grand jury. I wasn't able to confirm whether or not that was true or not, but as soon as I can, I will obviously update you guys and let you guys know. For right now, that's all that I have. Make sure to follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, I so badly wanted to post this earlier, but I was working and I couldn't. Bryan Kohberger has been indicted by a grand jury. 12 people got together and they indicted Bryan Kohberger. Now, this basically just means, in my opinion, that there was sufficient evidence against him that linked him to these crimes, that the prelim was just a waste of time. So he's been indicted. There are people on here trying to be like, oh, it's because the surviving roommates weren't going to fare well if they testified, this, that, and the other thing. You guys will just go through any single thing that you can to believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. You're grasping at straws at this point. May 22nd, he's entering a plea, and we shall see what he ends up pleading. In my opinion, I think that this is great news, and I'm super excited. I feel like the trolls are just shaking in their boots. They're so nervous that the fact that this happened. So yeah, make sure to follow me for more updates on this case. May 22nd, it cannot come sooner. I'm so excited. Good morning, everyone. So the scheduling conference and motion hearing for Bryan Kohberger scheduled for May 22nd. The Zoom thing is not for us, the public. Only families of the victims and families of the defendant can actually attend the thing via Zoom. So they're also saying that live streaming is prohibited, so it's basically just going to be something that we hear and see after it's done. We can't actually watch it play out like we thought. On Monday, when all of the information drops, I will update you guys immediately here on my page, so make sure to follow if you want to stay up to date on this case. I report the facts, not the conspiracy theories, so if you're interested in the facts, this is the page for you. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so update on the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. So when these murders first took place last year, there was a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of Facebook pages, group chats where people were speculating and kind of sharing their theories on what they thought happened at the King Road home the night of the murders. There was one account in particular on Facebook that stood out to a lot of people, and it was this Papa Roger account. I talked about him a while back. Now, in the weeks leading up to Brian's arrest, this account was very, very active, sharing their theories, going in depth about what they thought happened. But when Bryan Kohberger was arrested, this account went completely ghost, completely inactive, which led a lot of people to believe that Papa Roger was in fact Bryan Kohberger. There are some people saying that a Dateline episode confirmed this. However, I was not able to confirm this with any credible sources. So as of right now, that is not confirmed. Now, if you look on some of these recent posts and Facebook groups up until this day in May, although Papa Roger is not commenting or posting, he's still viewing them. So unless Brian has access to Facebook in jail, I don't think that Papa Roger is him. So make sure to follow. I'll keep you guys updated if anything else comes out, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So according to a Dateline episode, Bryan Kohberger's sister, one of them, was skeptical and suspicious that Bryan Kohberger may have been involved in the Idaho 4 killings because of, one, his close proximity to the location of the murders, and two, because of the way that he was acting. He was wearing latex gloves, things like that. His car was also cleaned with bleach. So we have that. Whether or not that's true or not, we don't know. That was just something that was reported in that episode. We don't know who confirmed that, who their sources were. The family was reached out to for comment, but they had no comment. Now, as far as Bryan Kohberger's letters and things that he is allegedly getting, we know that people were saying that he was receiving love letters and letters from admirers and stuff. Those are going straight to his public defender, and she's filtering through them before he actually receives them. I don't think that they're just sending him love letters and things like that. Although they are being sent, I don't know if he's actually receiving them. And lastly, when it comes to that ID that was found when the law enforcement and officials were searching his house and taking stuff, the ID did not belong to one of the victims. It belonged to another female, but it did not belong to one of the victims. Now, was this female someone that was going to be a victim of his? Was it someone he was stalking, someone he was interested in? Was it someone he did already do something to? We don't know. We just know that as of right now, it was not one of the 4 victims. If you guys are interested in learning more about this case and the facts, make sure to follow me tomorrow for the hearings. I will be going live to discuss what comes out from those. So make sure to stay tuned to my page. As always, thank you guys for watching, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Hello, everyone. Bryan Kohberger's arraignment just concluded a few minutes ago. Thank you to everyone who came to my page to watch that play out live. For anyone who missed it, Bryan Kohberger, when asked to plead guilty or not guilty, decided to stand in silence, which is a term that is used, I guess, to plead not guilty. Why they couldn't just say not guilty? Maybe because it's not true. Just a thought. So he pled not guilty by standing in silence. The prosecution has 60 days to seek the death penalty, and a new trial date was scheduled for October 2nd at 8:30 a.m. So make sure to follow for more updates on this case. It's going to be a wild ride, you guys, and I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, guys, here is some footage of Bryan Kohberger entering the courtroom. This is the first time we've seen him in months. What do you guys think? Hey everyone, the live footage has come out from Bryan Kohberger's arraignment where he stood in silence, which was in compliance with a not guilty plea. Take a look and let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Do you understand the charge in count 1, burglary?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 3, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 4, murder in the first degree?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Koberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
Okay, because Mr. Koberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, at this juncture, the state has 60 days to give notice of intention to seek the death penalty. And Mr. Koberger has a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy trial. So let's start with you, Ms. Taylor, and then Mr. Thompson to discuss some scheduling.
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to set this trial at the very outside of the speedy trial, right? We're not prepared to do anything but ask the court to do that today.
Okay. Have you counted out when that will be? November?
I have not counted it out, Your Honor, but I believe it would be about November 22nd is when the speedy will run. Maybe November or somewhere around there. So I'd ask the court to set it for an October trial date.
How long do you think it'll take to try the case?
My best guess is it would take at least 4 weeks, maybe 6.
So you'd like me to set this for a 6-week trial?
At this point, I would, Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Koberger's parents have been subpoenaed to stand in front of a grand jury regarding a missing woman in her 40s named Dana Smithers. She was from Pennsylvania. She lived in Monroe County, the same county that Brian Koberger's parents live in and where Brian Koberger also lived when he wasn't at school. And she went missing last May. She was recently found deceased and decomposing underneath a ramp, like on the side of a road. That was about a month ago when she was found. So now Brian Koberger's parents are being summoned to kind of speak in front of a grand jury to give what they know to the grand jury, if they know anything. Now, I am definitely curious to see and find out if there are any connections between Brian Koberger and this woman that sadly went missing and passed away. Because remember a couple of weeks back, they were saying that they were looking into missing or cold cases to see if Brian could have had a hand in these. So I'm not sure if they found something or if they're just bringing the parents in to see if there were any connections. I'm not really sure how that works, but I'm going to keep you guys updated, obviously. So make sure to follow for more updates. I hope that you guys have a good day, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So the documents for the search warrants have come out in the Idaho 4 Brian Koberger case. Search warrants have been put on Snapchat, Reddit, TikTok, Strava, which is a running/jogging company thing, app, tracker, and oh god, what was the other one? See, I'm trying to remember. I can't. Hold on. Okay, I forgot AT&T. So AT&T, Snapchat, TikTok, Reddit, and oh my god, and Strava. But if you guys want to read those documents for yourself, it doesn't say what is in those search warrants or what was found. It just states that they are issuing search warrants for those apps. I'll link those in my link tree on here and on my Instagram. I'll also share the file on my Twitter as well if you guys want to read them. I'm kind of shocked that they didn't put Facebook and Instagram on there just because of the whole Papa Roger thing, and obviously we knew that Brian had Instagram at one point. But yeah, there are some rumors circulating that Brian was behind some like anonymous account on Reddit called Inside Looking or something, and people are just assuming that this search warrant for Reddit kind of confirms that that was him. That's not necessarily the case. Obviously, this gag order prevents us from knowing everything. We just know that there's search warrants for those 5 apps for right now. As of now, there's no confirmation or proof that he was behind any profiles or that there was any like social media connection between Koberger and the victim. So I'm just sharing facts, not saying that there's not connections at all. I'm sure that there are, but just nothing has been confirmed. So yeah, hope you guys have a good day. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Some new updates in the Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 case. The first is that the gag order is still in place. The judge refused to make a decision in person in the courtroom when Bryan was sitting there with both teams. He said that he would write a written decision sometime in the future, but as of right now, that gag order is still in place. The judge also apologized for pronouncing some of the victims' names wrong. He said that it was due to, one, because it was emotional, and two, he had food poisoning. To me, that's not really an excuse. I feel like as a judge, you are getting paid a lot of money to do your research, to look into this case. The least you could have done was pronounce the victims' names correctly. That's the least you could have done. And then finally, as far as the alibi that the prosecution team has requested of Bryan Kohberger, he and his team are now asking for either an exemption or an extension. So my God, this is just mind-boggling. For someone who is proclaiming that they're innocent, they had nothing to do with this, why do you need more time to get your alibi straight? Why do you need to possibly not give one? Why? I just don't understand. If you are completely innocent, you would just think that he would be like, hey, this is my alibi. Can we get this ball rolling so I can get out of here? That's what you would think, but that's how you know that he's not innocent. He's asking for an exemption, which is not having to give one at all, or an extension, which is giving him more time to get his alibi straight. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you all soon. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I've been MIA. I haven't really been feeling great, but I have some new updates in the Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 case. So do you guys remember a couple of weeks ago when Bryan Kohberger's defense team came out and stated that they do not have everything that they need from the state, from the prosecution, and the prosecution responded, it was like, we sent you everything that we have. Well, now Bryan Kohberger's defense team is cracking down, and they're being very specific with the things that they want from the state, from the prosecution. The first is that they want the investigative reports and all conclusions from the cell phone analysis that basically the police and FBI agents conducted. The second is that they want all footage provided to forensic examiners with FBI used to identify the make and model of the white Hyundai Elantra. The third, request 17. Fourth, request 23. And then the fifth, they want to identify the FBI special agent that did something during the investigation in regards to pinging Bryan Kohberger's cell phone or something. So they're being very specific with what they want. I'm going to let you guys know how the state responds, and we'll just have to see what happens. Let me know what you guys think of this in the comments, and I will talk to you guys as soon as I have a new update. Hello, everyone. Some new updates in the Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 case. Bryan Kohberger, and his defense team are trying to get the case against him thrown out. They are trying to state that the grand jury who indicted him had biased opinions and feelings toward Bryan Kohberger due to the media coverage of this case. All right, guys, this is the document from Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger's defense. In the second paragraph, it states that he stood in silent at his arraignment to preserve his right to contest the indictment. So when he was asked to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, he stood silent, we now know, to preserve his right to contest. Now, in conclusion, it seems as though they are going to challenge the grand jury and their credibility and whether or not they had any biases. If you guys want to read this in its entirety, you can click the link in my bio. I will have this as well as other documents linked there. Let me know what you guys think of this in the comments. We in the true crime community, of course, have been following this case, and we know the ins and outs of the information and things like that. But there's a lot of people who do not follow true crime and maybe who don't watch the news that may not have even heard about this case prior to being put on the grand jury. So to say that everyone on the grand jury was biased is probably something that is not true. So what is going to end up coming out of this, who knows? Make sure to follow me. I will keep you guys updated, and let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Hello, everyone. I have some new updates in the Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4 murder case. The first is that we have Judge's written decision about the gag order And although it is going to remain in place, it is going to be a little less strict. We also did get word from him that cameras will continue to be allowed in the courtroom as of right now. They still will be allowed. Now, we also did get a little insight about what the defense is trying to state and how they believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, how they are going to kind of take this to trial. So basically, they're going to defend him by stating that the lack of DNA in his car and at his apartment and in his garage or whatever that storage unit was, how that is not consistent with someone who just killed 4 people. Now, I disagree with this strongly because let's not forget Bryan Kohberger was not caught the day after. He wasn't caught the week after, the month after. It took them over 40 days to catch this guy. That means for over 40 days, he had nothing but time to clean, sanitize, bleach, disinfect, everything. Now, the lack of DNA doesn't really bother me. I don't feel like it's going to present or hold up much weight in trial because we still have his DNA found on the knife sheath in one of the victim's beds, and we also have his digital footprints. We have him being around the house. We have apparently photos of one of the victims in his phone. There is a lot, just aside from the DNA, that the prosecution is going to attack. I mean, let's not forget Bryan Kohberger, when he was officially arrested and when they went to his parents' house and got him, he was in the kitchen bagging his trash up to go put in his neighbor's trash. So that would explain why there is a lack of DNA in his apartment, in his storage unit, in his vehicle. So it's really not shocking. He had a lot of time. Now, if he was caught the next day or the next week, I would say then the lack of DNA is questionable. But he had a lot of time to work at getting rid of all of the proof. So I'm not too worried about it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And as always, make sure to follow for more true crime updates on this case and others. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so I wanted to do a quick recap of what was discussed at the hearing yesterday between Bryan Kohberger's defense and the state, aka the prosecution. So first off, the judge did say that cameras for the time being are allowed in the courtroom. However, they need to focus on the courtroom itself and not be focused in on Bryan Kohberger's face. So as long as the people that are holding cameras are respectful of that boundary, which is to do a view of the courtroom and not zooming in on his face the whole time, cameras will continue to be allowed. Now, the defense is still asking and waiting for certain pieces of information from the state. And basically, they're looking for training records from 3 of the police officers that conducted interviews about this case. And they're also asking for some information about the FBI and stuff like that. They're basically saying, we want this information and we want a date for when this information is going to be passed on to us, because now that this is a death penalty case, the stakes are a lot higher for her as a defense lawyer. And she wants to have every piece of information that she can to try and make it seem as though Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Now, the state came back and was like, we don't understand why this is significant. Why do you need this? Some of this information they don't even have. But specifically about the police officers and their training, they don't see why that's of importance because they're not going to bring these people in as material witnesses. But the defense ultimately said that they might end up subpoenaing the people in, the police officers in, to the defense. So that's why they need that information. And the judge ultimately said, let's set a date, July 14th. This is when most of this stuff should be sent in to the defense. The state ultimately sending all of these things that the defense is asking for to the defense is going to help prevent there being an unfair trial or a trial of surprise. This is going to ultimately help the state, because then Bryan Kohberger and his team can't come back and be like, this was unfair, this was trial by surprise, we didn't have information, we were not prepared, for you guys to share this and that. So ultimately, I think it's going to work out. I think the state ultimately just needs to send in what they're being requested to, and you know, the truth will prevail. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and make sure to follow me for more updates on this case and others. Hello everyone. So I wanted to come on here and talk about the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case again, because I haven't done that in a while, and there is some new information, well, some new alleged information, where there is allegedly surveillance video of Bryan Kohberger's white sedan going around the King Road neighborhood the night of the murders. So there's the vehicle, the car kind of like leaves, comes back, turns around, comes back, leaves, comes back, and it all is around the same time period that law enforcement believe the murders would have taken place. Now, could this be real? Of course. It could be real. It could have been leaked by a neighbor or just somebody, but it has not been confirmed by law enforcement. My thoughts on this are everywhere. On one hand, I think that it looks like his vehicle, and it just seems too similar to not be true. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't know, because it hasn't been confirmed. And it may not ever be confirmed right now because of the gag order. What I will say is that there is vehicle digital forensics, this new type of technology that is apparently out there, where there's like database or equipment in your vehicle that they can extract from your vehicle, and they can see like where you were driving at a specific time, what you were listening to at a specific time, when you parked your car, when you started driving. So if his car, Bryan Kohberger's car, has this technology, they're going to be able to pinpoint where he was the night of the murders in that vehicle. So we'll be able to know sooner or later whether or not this was him in that car. I'm going to attach the surveillance footage that I was just talking about in this video right now. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. So take a look at the timestamp in the top left-hand corner. In the affidavit, it states that the vehicle was seen on surveillance footage at 3:29. In this clip, it is 3:30. That could be due to them using a different surveillance footage camera. It could be due to several things. I just want to point that out because I know people are going to talk about that. Now, on the left side of the screen where this vehicle is seen coming from, that is actually the location of the King Road home. The King Road home is toward the left. So when we see this vehicle, this white vehicle, coming toward the right of the screen like it's doing right now, and then turning around, that is the vehicle driving from the home, stopping, turning around, and then going back toward the home. And this vehicle does this about 4 different times. Now, this could be due to several reasons. Maybe he saw the DoorDash driver, maybe he was getting cold feet, maybe he saw that there were some lights on and that people were awake. But you can see that he clearly does this 4 times before we don't see the vehicle again. And while these timestamps do not accurately match up to the timestamps in the affidavit, it could, like I said, be to surveillance footage being different times on different cameras. It could be due to several things. But see, you can clearly see him stop, and then he's going to turn back around and go toward the King Road home. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think that this is Bryan Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra? Let me know in the comments, and as always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Alright guys, let's talk about the 3 males' DNA that were found at the crime scene. There was 2 males individuals' DNA in the home of 1122 King Road, and then there was a male's DNA found in a glove outside of the home. Now, none of these match Bryan Kohberger's DNA, but what did match Bryan Kohberger's DNA was the DNA found on the knife sheath. So we have to remember, this was a party house. There were people in and out of that house. We saw in all of the TikTok videos that there were a lot of people in that house that came and went. So to me, it's not surprising that there was DNA of other males in the home or outside of the home. It's not shocking to me. I was actually expecting that. The lack of his DNA in the home, yes, it is worrisome to me that maybe, just maybe, it might not have been Kohberger, but then his DNA on the sheet, the things he was looking up on his phone, surveys that he was asking, his behavior, it's just very odd to me. And I think that there are ways that he knew and learned through his education and through his studies. So Yes, it is alarming that there isn't his DNA like all over the place, but I do feel like there are smart, educated ways to get around leaving DNA, and I think that if anyone were to know this, it would be someone who is studying criminal justice. Hello everyone, so we have some new leaked surveillance footage from the night of the 1122 King Road, Idaho 4 murder case. In the other video, I was talking about how what I was seeing was important, but in this footage, this alleged footage, I just want to say, I hear a few things. Now, the vehicle goes back and forth between the King Road home and this little roundabout and turns around a few times. In the affidavit, the vehicle is seen traveling toward the King Road home for the fourth time at 4:04. In this surveillance footage, it is seen at 4:05, so we're about a minute off. So 4:04 to 4:05, the vehicle is seen going back toward the King Road home, and this is allegedly when this crime is about to take place. Now at 4:07, about 3 minutes after we last see that vehicle traveling toward the King Road home, I hear what sounds like a car door opening and closing. So in my opinion, this is the perpetrator getting out of their vehicle, closing their door to go into this home to commit these crimes. Now also at 4:07, we see a dark vehicle going up toward the King Road home as well. They honk their horn. Who is this? We don't know. It could have been the DoorDash driver. It could have been someone dropping someone off, picking someone up. I think that law enforcement probably looked into this footage very well if this is actually credible and a real surveillance footage. So I think that whoever was in that black car was probably cleared, and I also think that they weren't involved, because if they were, why would they be honking and trying to cause attention? So I don't think the black car is involved. Now, in the affidavit, the white sedan is seen on camera leaving the King Road neighborhood at 4:20 a.m. However, in this surveillance footage, we don't see that vehicle leaving, but we can hear a car door open, close, and a car speed off at 4:21 a.m. The times are very, very, very close. It is possible, like I said, that they are using timestamps from a different surveillance camera that's seen all of this stuff a little bit more clearly than this camera. So long story short, this leaked alleged footage is definitely very close in time frame, and also just very eerily similar to what the affidavit states. So I just think that it's just too similar to be a coincidence or not be related to this case. Now, a lot of people in that previous video where I showed the original alleged footage were stating, you know, how is this going to convict Kohberger? And I don't think that this footage is going to convict him, because you really can't see someone in the vehicle. You can't really make out what the type of vehicle is from this specific surveillance footage. However, it does put into perspective the timestamps of like what this vehicle was doing at this specific time, and it also narrows down the time frame of when the crimes were committed. And once we have, if we get that forensic evidence from his vehicle, and the vehicle records show that he was in that area driving that route, it's going to be very, very damning for him. So no, this audio and footage is not going to convict him, but it is going to ultimately help if this was actually Kohberger. Make sure that you guys follow me for more updates and information about this case and others. I got you guys covered. Why wouldn't you follow me? Good morning, everyone. So I have some new updates in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Take a listen. So the first thing is that Brian Kohberger's defense team asked the judge for a indefinite stay on the proceedings. So basically, in simpler terms, they wanted to stop the proceedings so that way they had ample amount of time to review all of the documents, all of the grand jury information and be able to fully prepare themselves. So they wanted the proceedings to stop indefinitely until they were ready. However, the judge, Judge John Judge, said that he would give them a 37-day stay. The second thing is that both the defense and the prosecution have agreed mutually that neither side need the home intact anymore. So the University of Idaho that now owns that home, they want to demolish it, and both sides are now saying, like, we don't need the house anymore, you can go through with the demolition. And to me, that is a big decision, because who knows if a jury wants to walk through that house. The layout of the house was so odd that I would think that a jury should walk through, not to see evidence or anything, but to at least see the layout of the home, because it's one thing to show pictures and 3D tours and stuff like that than to actually be standing in the home. So that's just my thought, but I also do understand the whole fact that, you know, the house is empty now. Echoes are going to be a lot louder in one side of the house and you could hear it from another. So I do understand that as well. But for me, I just feel like the house should stay intact until the trial's over. Make sure that you guys follow me for more updates on this case. Hope y'all have a good day, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. New search warrants have been issued in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. If you want to read these documents in their entirety, go over to my Twitter. Link will be in my bio. A lot of the information in these documents are heavily redacted. However, I'm going to just discuss the main points right now. So the first is for Facebook between June 23rd and August 1st, 2022 for all 4 victims, as well as for the surviving roommates Dylan and Bethany. They want all like history, message history, and search history between those dates. They also want the same exact thing from Instagram. However, in this part of the document, they left out Maddie's name. So they want all of that information from Instagram from 3 of the 4 victims and from Dylan and Bethany. I don't know why they left Maddie out. They issued search warrants for 2 T-Mobile numbers and 2 Verizon numbers. So I'm assuming that 2 of the victims had Verizon, 2 of them had T-Mobile. Now, why are they specifically looking for information between June 23rd and August 1st? I don't know. Maybe they have leads that connect Brian Kohberger to 1 or more of those victims within that time frame, and they're just trying to see if there was any communication on their mobile devices with him to any extent. I don't know. A lot of that information, like I said, is heavily redacted. We will know soon because the trial is coming up. There is a motion hearing set for August 2nd, so stay tuned for that. Follow for more updates on this case. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So tomorrow is the deadline for Brian Kohberger to provide his alibi. I'm curious as to what you guys think is going to happen. Do you think he's going to give an alibi? Do you think he's going to stand in silence again? Or do you think he's actually going to ask for more time? Also, for everyone who is defending Brian Kohberger and saying that the facts and the evidence don't match Brian Kohberger as being the killer, why do you think that he has failed to give an alibi in the last 8 months? He's had 8 months to give an alibi to provide where he was, and he has failed to be cooperative and do so. So why do you think if he's innocent, he's not giving an alibi? Because in my opinion, someone who is truly innocent is not going to spend any time behind bars, and they're going to provide an alibi the very moment they're questioned. Make sure to follow. I'm going to keep you guys updated, and I will obviously be making videos tomorrow when the hearing is over. So let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. I ordered some pretzels, and this is the cheese that they gave me. Cheese cups, which I could get at Walmart. The pretzels are good nonetheless, but like I just miss that like nostalgic feeling of like having fresh pretzels with cheese, like fresh cheese, not like a cold cup of cheese dip. Anyway, quite a few people were asking me in my most recent video if Brian Kohberger has to appear in court for his alibi deadline date, which is today. And no, he does not have to appear in court. He does not have to show up to court for anything. This is all going to just be documented and put in documents if he had an alibi that he's sharing. Now, I love healthy dialogue. If someone has a difference in opinion, then I love to get their perspective. And a couple of people in the comments of my most recent video on Brian Kohberger was trying to challenge like the facts. and they were trying to say that him not giving an alibi doesn't make him guilty. It just means that he was doing something else that was sus that night, and he doesn't want to admit that he was, like, for example, doing drugs in the back alley somewhere. That's what someone said. Someone else stated that he can't give an alibi because most people can't give an alibi for where they were at 4 a.m. because they're typically in bed sleeping. If he was in bed sleeping, why was his phone pinging somewhere that was not his bed at that time? And then I'm also seeing people state that he doesn't want to give an alibi because he wasn't the one committing the crime, but he was the lookout, and he was involved in planning the crime to some capacity, but he didn't actually commit the crime. This is a case where, if convicted, he most likely is going to face the death penalty. So him as like a criminal justice student, you would think if he knows who committed these crimes, he would speak and share that, because the sentence is going to be a lot less severe if he was doing drugs in the back alley and that was his alibi, or if he was a lookout for someone who committed the crime. It's going to be less severe than him taking the fall for someone who actually did commit the crime. Now, I do understand that we don't have all of the information yet. We don't have all of the facts. We don't have all of the DNA evidence, in our back pockets to go off of. But just off of everything that we have right now thus far, it seems so far-fetched to me to keep making up these ideas that it was someone else, he's being framed, he's taking the fall for someone, he was doing something illegal at the time that the crimes were committed, that's why he's not sharing what he was doing at the time. It doesn't make sense. Things may come out down the line that change all of our perspectives on his alleged involvement. Things may come out in trial that may change a lot of perspectives as well. But for right now, with what we do know and the facts that are out there, and his behavior, the way that he's prolonging the entire situation, the way that he can't provide an alibi or hasn't in the last 7 months, that is why I can't view him as being someone who's innocent at this moment. So I'm sorry for everyone who disagrees, but we're going to keep watching this play out. Follow for more updates on this case, and I will keep you guys updated as far as whether he provides an alibi or not by the end of the day. Update in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. Bryan Kohberger's defense team is trying to state that the DNA of his was planted at the crime scene on that knife sheath specifically. To me, out of all of the routes that they could have taken, he was at a knife store and, was checking out knives and touched that one. That's how his DNA was on it. Like, they could have chose so many different routes to go, but they chose that law enforcement planted this random man's DNA on a sheath. When, out of all people that they could have picked, they choose this guy who allegedly has no connection to these victims. Also, if you were going to frame and plant DNA at a crime scene, wouldn't you plant a little bit more than just a speck on a sheath? Wouldn't you put it on a light switch, a doorknob? Like, out of all the places, they just put it on a knife sheath? This random guy. I don't know, maybe this will become more believable in the coming weeks as the defense defends that statement, but there's just no defense technique. It's always just been prolonging and placing the blame on someone else, and that doesn't prove innocence. Make sure that you guys follow for more updates on this case. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, yesterday came and went, and Bryan Kohberger did not provide an alibi. New documents from Ann Taylor, Kohberger's defense attorney, states that Kohberger is aware of his constitutional right to silence and that he will not be providing an alibi. His team continues to investigate and prepare for this case, and they're seeking out evidence that corroborates him being at a location other than 1122 King Road during the time that the alleged killings took place. It is anticipated that this evidence will be offered by way of cross-examination of witnesses produced by the state. So basically, Bryan Kohberger has no alibi, and his team is continuing to try and figure out what his alibi could be. And from the sounds of it, it seems like they're probably going to try to confuse a potential individual on the stand when they're cross-examining them at trial. If he has produced an alibi, then I think that I'd be viewing the situation a little bit differently. But because he didn't, and we already know due to digital footprints that he was not home during the time that the crimes took place, he continues to look suspicious in my eyes, and I'm sure it's going to continue to look suspicious to jurors as well. It really shouldn't take 7+ months to corroborate an alibi, in my opinion. We're in 2023. digital footprints and security cameras are everywhere, and you can corroborate an alibi pretty quickly at any time of the day. It does, however, take 7+ months to grasp at straws in an effort to make up a story that is not consistent with the truth. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure to follow for more, and I'll keep you guys updated as more comes out. Good morning, everyone. Let's talk about the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case real quick. So this comment right here, very, very valid. It's questions that a lot of people have, and it's questions that I have as well. How is there not a speck of DNA or blood in his car, at his house? Like, how? One, we have to remember that he had weeks before he was arrested, weeks before he was even a person of interest, to clean up after himself and to make sure that his house, his apartment, and his vehicle was spotless. Now, if he was like arrested the very next day, then that would be a cause for major concern. Like, okay, maybe this is not the right guy that they have in custody, but it took them weeks in order to catch him and to have access to his vehicle and his apartment. Now, Bryan Kohberger studies this stuff. He studies killers. He studies their mindsets. He studies a lot of stuff revolving around killing. So if anyone's going to know how to properly and efficiently clean up a murder scene aftermath, I feel like it's going to be someone like him, someone who has studied this stuff, who asks surveys and stuff like that, takes polls online. It's going to be him out of everyone. And to everyone in the comments that are saying that law enforcement and police officers planted Kohberger's DNA on the knife sheath, remember that they didn't even have Kohberger's DNA prior to them getting the DNA from his father through his father's trash. Before that, they did not have Kohberger's DNA. So how did they not have Kohberger's DNA to test, to match it to the knife sheath, but they somehow planted it? It doesn't make any sense. And as far as his DNA being on the knife sheath due to touch DNA, which some people are now trying to say that is what it was. It was touch DNA. He touched it at some point in his life, and that's why his DNA is on there. It doesn't make him the killer. For everyone saying that, please let me know in the comments one case where someone who was being accused of a homicide and was found not guilty due to touch DNA. It's so uncommon, in my opinion. And if there are examples of touch DNA out there where people were accused of killing and they got off free because they realized it was just touch DNA, I'd like to know. Let me know in the comments. And then Ann Taylor, Kohberger's defense attorney, is putting out in recent documents, go read them, it's in my most recent video, that Kohberger is not going to give an alibi, but they're going to work on proving that he was not at 1122 King Road at the time that the crimes were taking place. You can look into proving that he was not at 1122 King Road, but you can't actually provide where he was at the time that the crimes took place, why his phone was off at the alleged time that the crimes were happening. Am I the only one that thinks that this doesn't make sense? Anyway, make sure that you guys follow me for more updates on this case. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So we have a lot of new documents in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. I'm going to go through a couple of the important points real quick. So the first document comes from Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger's defense attorney, and she is basically stating in this 20+ page document that she wants the grand jury indictment thrown away so that way they can have a prelim. Now, the preliminary hearing was something that was scratched early on in the case because the grand jury, the secret grand jury, indicted Kohberger. And this took, obviously, the defense by surprise because they did not know about it. They were actually preparing for a prelim and to cross-examine people. But when the grand jury indicted Kohberger, they lost that right to cross-examine people for the prelim. So basically, she's stating that she wants the prelim to happen because the grand jury was not instructed on the proper instructions when it came to indictment. So I do understand the defense's side of things where they're like, you know, we were preparing for this prelim. We were ready to cross-examine. We were ready to do these interviews, and they had that taken away from them. So yes, they are upset, and they should be. But whether or not a judge is going to throw that grand jury indictment away and proceed with a prelim, I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think that it's very likely either. And after all, they did waive their right to a speedy prelim. The prelim could have been speedy and it could have been done and over with at this point if the facts were in Kohberger's favor. So it's a double-edged sword, and we're going to just have to wait to see what happens. Now, the prosecuting attorney has also put out a document yesterday, and this is what that had to say. The state respectfully praised the court for an order compelling the defendant to comply by filing a notice specifying where the defendant claims to have been the time the alleged offenses took place, and the names and addresses of the witnesses who can attest to that. So Bryan Kohberger's deadline to submit an alibi was a few days ago, and his defense attorney, Ann Taylor, basically put in a document he's going to stay silent, but we're working on ways to prove that he was not at 1122 King Road the night that the crimes took place. Now, the state is not having that. They want to know where he was, who he was with, so that way they too have ample amount of time to prepare for trial. The defense can't just spring onto the state like he was here with these people 6 months from now. Like, they need to share where he was and who he was with quickly, so that way the state can look into it and see if that was actually true or not. So now he has another 10 days to provide where he was and who he was with to the state. So once again, we have another situation where they are prolonging everything. The defense is just prolonging this entire thing. For what reason? If you are truly innocent and the facts are going to make sure that you are found not guilty, wouldn't you want to speed this entire process up instead of sitting in jail behind bars for months and months and months on end? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I've got you guys covered, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. So the OG Papa Roger account has been reactivated on Facebook. Now, this does not necessarily mean that Kohberger was not originally behind this account. It could have been reopened and reactivated for investigation purposes. I'm interested to see whether or not this account is going to start interacting and giving their input about this case again. If they do, then obviously that would be a pretty big sign that it wasn't Kohberger behind this account. But if it remains inactive or if it deactivates again without posting anything, then there is a chance that possibly it is just opened back up because it needed to be for investigation. Now, I haven't talked about this Papa Roger account in months, so I don't really know what I feel about it. I feel like it could be 50-50. It could not be him. It could have been him. I think that at this point, I'm kind of leaning more toward that Papa Rogers was not an account run by Bryan Kohberger. The Papa Roger account did say that the profile belonged to a her. Anyways, make sure that you guys follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Alright guys, so I was going to wait till the morning to post this because I just saw this, but I'm going to post it now. Bryan Kohberger and his team have put out somewhat of an alibi that he was out driving around the night that the killings took place. Now, this cannot be corroborated by anyone because obviously he was driving alone, but they said that that could be corroborated by way of cross-examining witnesses. So I'm curious to see what stems from this. To me, this doesn't really hold any authenticity because if you think about it, his phone was off. Who turns their phone off to go for a drive at night? Usually your phone's on, listening to music, Bluetooth. Hello, it's 2023. So I just don't know. But at least we got that. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'll make a more in-depth video on this tomorrow morning when I'm not like half asleep. Hope you'll have a good night. Follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys soon. Let me know what you think. There's this one guy that keeps commenting on my videos, and he basically is saying, why would Bryan Kohberger provide an alibi if one, it cannot be corroborated, and two, it cannot change the public's opinion on his involvement or his alleged involvement? And my response to this is that if he had provided an alibi in the very beginning, regardless of whether it could be corroborated or not, it would have made him look less sus. It also would have made him look as if he had nothing to hide because he would have been seen as being cooperative. This alibi was forced on him months and months and months later. Now, if you were arrested tomorrow for something that you did not do, would you sit in jail for months and months and months on end? Or would you say your alibi? Would you tell them where you were, regardless of whether or not they had proof to back it up or not? So it's nice that we have an alibi from Kohberger to some extent, but ultimately it's going to be up to the defense to prove that he wasn't at 1122 King Road. Despite the digital footprints, despite his phone being conveniently off during the time that the killings took place, and despite whatever forensics come out from his vehicle. And if you really think about it, him providing this alibi is kind of helpful because it kind of shuts up the people who are saying like, oh, he was sleeping, oh, he was doing drugs in the back alley. No, he's saying that he was driving around for hours and hours in the middle of the night with his phone off. That can be corroborated. People have cams on their houses, on their parking lots, on the outside of their businesses. If he tells them the route that he took that night, it can be corroborated if he is innocent. Also, now that we have this alibi, things are going to move a little bit quicker because the state now has what they asked for. They can now look into that, and the defense can now start defending his alibi. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will update you guys as soon as we have some new information. Alright guys, so let's talk about Bryan Kohberger's alibi for a minute. So it ended up coming out that he was apparently just driving around the night that the killings at 1122 King Road took place. Now we already know that his phone had pinged around the Moscow, Idaho town that night, and he was driving around his white Hyundai Elantra. When this case first hit the news and they looked into it a little bit, law enforcement and investigators pleaded anyone driving a white Hyundai Elantra that night around the Moscow, Idaho location to come forward because they could have seen or witnessed something that could put a break in the case. Now, Kohberger knew about the Idaho crimes because people had reported trying to have conversation with him about it. So it's not like he can say, oh, I didn't know that they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. He knew. Everyone knew. Now, the crazy thing is that if he was truly innocent, why did he not come forward and say, hey, I own a white Hyundai Elantra. I was driving around that night, but I didn't see anything. He did not come forward to clear his name, despite him being in a white Hyundai Elantra driving around that night. Good morning, everyone. Let's talk about Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho 4 case real quick. So a lot of people that come to my page that do not follow me and seem to disagree with everything that I say always defend Bryan Kohberger and state that it's not the defense's job to prove that he didn't do it, it's the state's job to prove that he did. And yes, I do understand that in the court of law, in order for Bryan Kohberger to be found not guilty by a jury, the defense needs to prove that he didn't do it when the state is coming with mounds of evidence that showcases that he allegedly did. They're not going to sit in the courtroom during the trial days and listen to the phone picking around the 1122 King Road location, his phone being shut off, all of these weird things that link him to the crime, the sheath, all of this stuff, and just sit back and be like, oh, he was just driving around, he didn't do it. You have to prove that he didn't do it when the state is coming with proof that he did. So yes, the state does have the burden of proving that Bryan Kohberger committed these crimes, but just as much as they have to prove, the defense has to prove as well. There's a lot of Bryan Kohberger supporters coming out of the woodwork now, and this is something that I expected. The longer that the defense prolonged things, the more people were going to create conspiracy theories, the more people were going to share inaccurate, false, made-up information and stories, and people were going to start believing them because that's what the defense wanted. They wanted to create reasonable doubt, and all of these fools are falling for it. For right now, you guys, the facts are what is put in the documents. It's what is put in the documents. When trial comes along, and if there is some type of police corruption within this specific case, then of course, I'm sure a lot of people's opinions are going to change on this. But as of right now, people just saying there's police corruption doesn't prove that there's police corruption in this case. So I'm going to continue sharing the documents. I'm going to continue sharing the facts and also my opinions that are based off of those facts. And if you guys don't like it, then maybe this isn't the page for you. But a lot of people just want to hear the facts, and that's what I'm providing. So for anyone who's mad at that, be mad. Good morning, everyone. So we have some new documents in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. The new one comes from Leah Larkin, who is a genetic genealogist who is going to be working on the side of the defense to try and create reasonable doubt to a jury that the DNA kind of was screwed up in this investigation. In this document right here, you can see kind of her qualifications, and in this document right here, you can kind of see how she attacks the fact that DNA is not always 100% accurate. You can pause and read those right now. So some pretty good points. I'm curious as to how she's going to defend this specific case, but time will tell and we will see eventually. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Good morning, everyone. Let's talk about the timeline in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. I have it on my iPad right here, and I want to kind of talk about it. All right, so the students were killed on November 13th between 4 and 4:30 a.m. This is a rough estimated timeline. At 5:30 a.m., Brian Kohberger's phone was pinging heading back toward Pullman, Washington. Around 9 a.m., Brian Kohberger's phone was pinging back around the 1122 King Road home, and then was going back toward Pullman, Washington a few minutes after. At 1 p.m., his phone was pinging in Clarkston, Washington at a grocery store. He was also seen on footage at that grocery store, and then his phone shut off and he went untraceable until around 5 o'clock. Around 5 o'clock, his phone was pinging around Johnson. Now, what he was doing between 1 and 5 o'clock after the grocery store and before his phone was pinging in Johnson, we don't know because his phone was off. It was not traceable during those times. So, to me, that's a little bit questionable. What were you doing in that time period where your phone was off? So when you put together Ann Taylor's documents about Kohberger and what he was doing, how he was driving around all night, and then you put together what law enforcement found and through the pings and stuff, he was allegedly up the entire night, November 12th into 13th, and then was up all day on November 13th. So he didn't sleep at all. Now on November 14th, the very next day after the crimes were committed, he took the day off of school. The students reported that he did not attend classes November 14th. So the killings happened November 13th. He was reportedly up all night November 12th, all day November 13th, and then November 14th, he was out of school. Make sure that you guys follow me for more updates on this case. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, I'm going to respond to this comment in a video because I opened up the floor to this person to have a healthy conversation, and unfortunately in the comment section it's not going anywhere. So the original comment that this person posted on my page was, why is everyone talking about the fact that if he's guilty and not discussing the possibility of him being innocent and taking the fall for someone else, and he's just sitting in jail because it's the safer alternative for him? I responded that that is not something that has any factual proof behind it, so that's why I would not discuss that. And they basically stated that nothing is factual as of right now. And to an extent, that is true. However, out of all of the documents, out of all the investigative reports, not one thing points to someone else committing this crime. I really do doubt that he is sitting in jail because he is scared to go out in the real world, because the true person that committed this crime would be out to get him. I feel like that is just so far-fetched. And again, nothing supports or backs that up. Now, in my comments, I stated that my opinion and my reporting on this case is based off of the documents, the official court documents. And in all of the documents, out of all of the documents that I've read, I believe that Kohberger is guilty of committing these crimes based off of all the documents, out of all the investigative reports. That's what I believe at the moment. I specifically said at the moment. Time could change. The trial, things that come out in trial could change that. There's mounds of evidence against him right now, but there could be mounds of evidence that prove that he's innocent, and that could come out and that would change my mind. And in that case, that's when I would start changing up the way that I report on this case. But right now, I'm not going to sit here and talk about the what ifs. What if he's innocent? What if someone framed him? If I literally sit here and talk about the what ifs all day, I would be talking till I'm blue in the face, because there's so many what ifs, there's so many conspiracy theories. So that's just crazy to me. So that is why I'm literally only going off of the official court documents, because that is the closest thing that we have to factual information regarding this case at the moment. So I get that you're new to my page, but I always welcome healthy, open dialogue where people who have a difference in opinion than me can comment, and I engage back and forth with them to understand why they feel the way that they do. You basically saying that I'm stuck in my ways and not opening myself up to other possibilities is not true. I gave you the floor to explain why you feel like Brian Kohberger is innocent. I gave you the floor to defend that, and you were unable to do that. You kind of just nitpicked every single thing that I was saying and why I feel the way that I feel. I am open to listening and reading and hearing you guys out who have different opinions from me, but you have to be prepared to back up what you're saying with facts and with documents or with some type of proof, because you can't just critique everything that I'm sharing based on court documents and not have anything to defend your points. That's when it gets confusing, and that's why I'm like, I'm not even going to waste my time. So that is basically my response to this. My mind can change about this topic in the future if new information comes out, but for right now, with what we know and the pace that we're going, I feel like he's guilty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I had asked that person 5 times to let me know some examples, some information that back up the whole point of Brian Kohberger being innocent, and he's taking the fall for someone else, and he's sitting in jail for his own safety. I asked that person 5 times to defend that so that I could get some insight and understand that perspective. And every single time that I asked, they were trying to argue with me, like, you need to stop being biased. There's no facts in this case that we know about. Yes, there is. Instead of defending the points that that person was making, they just deflected. If you are going to come to me and ask me to believe what you're saying, or ask me why I don't report on specific things, you need to come with information that will persuade me, that might change my mind, that might open my mind to other things. That person didn't do that once. I asked 5 times before I was ultimately blocked. Why can't you just defend your point? Why are you blocking me? That's literally what these people do. They like make these conspiracy theorist comments. They'll either comment something completely unrelated, something that's not backed up at all, and then when I ask for information or proof so that I can look into it, they either start swearing at me or they block me. That is not how you have a healthy debate. That is not how you get your point across. Hey guys, so court is still in session for Brian Kohberger today. They actually just paused for lunch, but they're going to be picking back up in about 30 minutes. Now, cameras are not allowed in the courtroom as far as I know, but there are people that are in there live tweeting, so I'm going to put a screen recording up from what has happened so far in the courtroom. Tomorrow, I will go more in depth about what was discussed today and what was also discussed after they get back from lunch. But for now, this is what we know, and this is what has been discussed. Good morning, everyone. So we're going to do a quick breakdown of what happened yesterday in court for Bryan Kohberger between the prosecution and the defense. Let's get into it real quick. So one of the first things that I thought was super important is that the judge is not going to pause this case. He seems very adamant that the trial is going to start on October 2nd. So in regards to the defense asking for a stay and for the indictment to be quashed, he did not have that. He said that because Kohberger's alibi was so vague, that's the term that he used, he was not going to think twice about the grand jury indictment, and he was also not going to pause or delay the proceedings. The next thing is that the Leah Larkin woman, the genetic genealogist expert who was on the stand, she was self-taught at genetic genealogy. She has a PhD in biology, but she was self-taught in genetic genealogy. So I'm not sure if that's going to discredit her to any extent in the courtroom. Obviously, I feel like the state is going to be on top of that. Someone else also commented that in the comments on one of my previous videos, but she was self-taught. It's not like she went to school for this. She was trying to basically state that genetic genealogy is a lot different from a criminal homicide investigation and DNA from that. There was a bunch of like scientific words that she was using. I don't really understand. I feel like it should correlate to some extent, and she was also saying that it's not 100% match anytime. That's why you never see 100% match. It's usually like 99.9, 99.7. To me, that's close enough, but they're trying to poke holes, the defense, and we have to respect that process. Now, the defense is still trying to get all of the DNA information from the crime scene from the state. The state is saying that they gave everything that they have over. They're waiting for one more test result or something, and they'll send that over when they get it. But as far as right now, everything that they have sent over. And as far as those other male DNA samples that were taken from the crime scene, the state has stated that they were unqualified DNA. So I'm not really sure what that means. I'm going to have to look into that. For right now, the trial date is still set for October 2nd. I am really surprised. I was really thinking that this was going to be prolonged and pushed back. It still could be, but as of right now, from yesterday's court session, it's still October 2nd. Let me know your thoughts and follow for more. Hello everyone. So yesterday I did a recap on what happened in court between Bryan Kohberger's defense and the prosecution. I did an in-depth video breaking that down. So if you want to watch that, go and watch the video before this one. But for right now, we actually got some pictures and videos of Bryan Kohberger in the courtroom, and I thought that they were super interesting, and I think it's always really neat to see the people's body language. For example, he was clenching his jaw a lot, he was touching his hands, and he was just doing like these weird side like eye roll things. Also, in the very beginning when he first entered the courtroom, the smile that he gave his lawyer, I literally got chills because it creeped me out. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and as always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Hello everyone. So quite a few people continue to comment on my page asking why I believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty of killing the 4 University of Idaho students, because there's no information or facts that put him around the crime scene at the time of the crimes. Also, for some reason, a lot of people continue to think that his DNA was planted at the crime scene. And to me, I just feel like that is such a far-fetched thing to believe, especially given all of the other pieces of information that I'm going to talk about that link him to the crime. So I think that this is the specific breakdown of how police officers connected Kohberger to this case. Now, they got the DNA from the knife sheath, and then they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra that was driving around that area around the time that the crimes took place. But then Washington State University calls a tip in and says, hey, there's a white Hyundai Elantra that we saw driving around that night, and it belongs to Bryan Kohberger. That's who the vehicle is registered under. So law enforcement now is keeping an eye on him and trying to see what Kohberger's all about. Now, eventually, they got his father's DNA. They got his father's DNA from the trash. They did not have Kohberger's DNA to match to the DNA found on the knife sheath. However, when they sent the information and the DNA from the father over to the lab, the reports came back that Bryan Kohberger's father was the paternal figure to whoever's DNA was on that knife sheath. Now, this was the last straw. That's how law enforcement knew that this was the guy that they needed. So they arrested Bryan Kohberger. They did a buccal swab, a DNA swab on his cheek, and they found out that his DNA matched the DNA on the sheath. So he was driving around the crime scene. He was around the crime scene, his phone pinging around the crime scene. His phone then shuts off. His DNA was found on the knife sheath, and not only his DNA, his father's DNA is the paternal DNA for whose DNA was on the knife sheath. And it's a male DNA, and he's the only male son of his father, so that's how they connected Kohberger to the crime. Now, I'm sure that the state has more information and evidence against Kohberger than we, the public, know. We're going to have to wait until trial to get that, but for right now, I just wanted to share that because a lot of people continue to be confused over the fact that he was connected to this crime and they don't understand how he was connected to the crime so quickly. It really wasn't that quick. And when you look at all of the facts laid out, how I just stated, that's kind of a better view on how to look at it. So make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I'm going to keep you guys updated and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, Bryan Kohberger is out of court and this is what we now know from that status conference. What I thought happened. Bryan Kohberger waived his right to a speedy trial, which means that the October 2nd trial date is no longer a thing. Also, the defense is trying to file a motion to get rid of cameras in the courtroom completely. It's mind-boggling to think that someone who is truly innocent is choosing to waive every single speedy part of this process and sit in jail until his team has all of their ducks in a row. If he was truly innocent, all of this would have been done and over with, and he would have probably been a free man. But they're grasping at straws and they need a lot more time to do so. I know that situations and things like this take a long time, but I feel like if the evidence and the facts were in his favor and the defense defending him actually had proof that the prosecution and that law enforcement fumbled this entire investigation, they would have no problem going to trial and having this entire process sped up. But the fact that it's being pushed back, it could be months, it could even be years, and it's just very, very infuriating. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Bryan Kohberger and his team are working overtime to get rid of a lot of key components in this case. First, they were trying to quash the grand jury indictment. They're still trying to do so. Now they filed a motion to get rid of cameras completely in the courtroom. And now another motion was filed to strike the death penalty. They want to get that off the table. Bryan Kohberger really did luck out with this defense attorney. She's not playing games, and you can tell that she knows what she's talking about and she knows what she's doing. I don't really think that the grand jury indictment is going to be quashed by the judge. I really think that the chances of that happening are very, very low. What I do think is possible is that the death penalty could be striked and just taken off the table completely. I think that that's a possibility. The grand jury indictment, he's already stated in court previously that he didn't see any wrongdoings on the grand jury's part, and I don't think that his mind is going to change moving forward on that topic. I understand that it takes a lot of time to gather witnesses, if there are any. It takes a lot of time to get legal experts to come in and maybe testify to, provide their expertise on the case and, the DNA and stuff like that. It takes a lot of time to get all of that together. But at the same time, I truly believe that if he was actually innocent and the information that was going back and forth privately between the prosecution and the defense, if that did not showcase guilt in Bryan Kohberger's name, then the defense wouldn't need to keep prolonging things. They wouldn't need to keep nitpicking at every small thing. Of course, they would still have to, but it wouldn't take as long to showcase some reasonable doubt if the cards were really in Kohberger's favor. That's just my opinion. But for right now, in the court of law, he is innocent until proven guilty. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Also follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hello everyone, Bryan Kohberger and his team have now filed a motion to dismiss all charges. In the document, Ann Taylor states that the charges should be dropped because of a biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, I just sneezed. But the last thing is the misconduct on the prosecution's part by withholding exculpatory evidence. These are all of the things that she stated as to why the charges against Bryan Kohberger should be dropped and why they have filed that motion to do so. Personally, I don't think that this is going to go very far. The judge already stated that he didn't see any wrongdoing amongst the grand jury indictment, and the prosecution already stated that they gave all of the information and evidence and lab work that they had over to the defense. They were waiting for one more lab test and they were going to send that over as soon as they got it. But as far as what they had, they sent it over. So I don't think that anything's going to come about from this. I think that this is more so something that Ann Taylor just has to do as his defense attorney. She has to poke at all the holes and she has to make these attempts at, you know, dropping charges and stuff like that, but I don't think that it's going to get very far. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, I'm going to be sharing what happened in the courtroom today, as well as my opinions regarding Bryan Kohberger's defense, the prosecution, the media coalition, and the judge discussing cameras in the courtroom. So the media coalition, whoever was speaking for the media coalition today, she was making some pretty good points. She was top notch. So basically she stated that people should not have to travel to the courtroom to be able to see, hear, and understand what is going on in regards to this case. She also stated that without proper coverage and without cameras in the courtroom recording what is going on, it leaves a lot of room for speculation, and it also leaves a lot of room for misinformation to become spread. And I completely agree with that. If we're not being able to see and hear things for ourselves, we're going to go off of what someone else is sharing, and who's to say that what that person is sharing is true? Without cameras and without recordings, we're literally just going to be playing a big game of telephone. Now, the prosecution spoke up about why they think that cameras should be banned, and their reasoning is a little bit different than what the defense is saying, and I'll get to that in a second. The prosecution basically states that they want to be able to protect witnesses and graphic evidence that comes out during trial. And I completely get that, but I don't think that banning cameras for the entire court proceedings is the answer to those issues. I think the simple and easiest answer would just be to have the cameras leave the room during certain parts of the court appearances or trial. If someone's going to take the stand and they want to remain private, then the cameraman can be asked to leave. If something is about to be popping up on the screen that's extremely graphic, the camera can be turned or the camera people can leave. It's that simple. There's many other cases where the camera people were asked to leave the courtroom for certain topics. Now, the defense's reasons for getting rid of the cameras is completely different, and in my opinion, extremely selfish and just not important whatsoever. The camera in the courtroom, according to the defense, is focused too much on them. They believe that it's right behind their backs, they're uncomfortable by the camera, and they're worried about the fact that people on social media are cropping his face and zooming in on his face. What? Jurors who are following the proper protocol and rules, they are not going to make a verdict based on a zoomed in photo of him from 3 months ago. They're not going to make a verdict because his zipper was down during his last court appearance. They're probably not even going to see that stuff. They're formulating a verdict based on what is being brought to light during trial. And then finally, the judge's opinions on this, because his opinions definitely showed a little bit during these live tweets during today's court appearance. He doesn't want this to turn into a circus spectacle. He compared it to the O.J. Simpson trial and stuff like that. He doesn't want it to turn into something crazy. Now, cameras in the courtroom are only as crazy as the judge allows them to be. If you have control of your courtroom, the cameras are going to be respectful. It's not going to turn into a circus. If the courtroom turns into a circus, it's going to turn into a circus regardless of there being cameras in there or not. It's just a matter of, are you going to hide that by removing the cameras, or are you going to showcase that with the cameras? I think that the families do want the cameras in the courtroom in order for the truth to come out, in order for everyone to be able to see and be able to follow along with what is happening. I had mixed opinions on it. I do understand the fact that certain witnesses don't want to be on camera, but I do think that there is an easy fix around that, and that's to either have the cameras leave or to turn them when those specific people are up on the stand. Based on how the judge was talking today, I'm not going to be surprised if he does end up banning cameras in the near future. However, I do think that there is still hope that cameras could still be allowed, and that the setup and layout of where the cameras are might just be changed. But of course, I'll let you guys know as soon as that comes out. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments, and make sure to follow for more. Hey guys, it has been confirmed by the Latah County Jail that Bryan Kohberger is not receiving any special treatment while he is sitting in jail awaiting trial. It's being reported that Kohberger does have access to an older computer, but it does not have any internet. He is only allowed to receive, review, and respond to documents about his case on this computer. This is something that other inmates do have access to, a computer with no internet, just a thumb drive to receive and respond to legal documents. Now, as far as the meals that Kohberger is getting, he's not getting a 5-star vegan meal. It's being stated that he's only getting rice and beans. The only thing that sets Kohberger apart from other prisoners is the fact that he remains in isolation for his safety and the safety of others. So whereas other prisoners can maybe go to the gym or step outside for outside access together, he cannot do that. He remains in isolation away from everyone else. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, Bryan Kohberger's court appearance that was supposed to be scheduled for tomorrow, September 22nd, 2023, has been postponed to October 26th, over a month away, because someone is sick. I don't know if it's the judge, if it's someone on the prosecution, if it's someone on the defense, if it's Bryan Kohberger himself. Someone who is important and needs to be at that court appearance tomorrow is sick and cannot be there. So because of that, it's pushed back over a month away, October 26th. I feel really bad for the victims' families who are constantly living in a state of what is happening, what is going to happen, what is going on, and it's just super annoying the fact that this is just being dragged out as long as it has been. Now, as far as the information that has been circulating online today about Bryan Kohberger's apartment not having a shower curtain upon law enforcement going in and investigating, I have so many thoughts. Typically, when you move into an apartment, there is no shower curtain in the bathroom. So did he ever have a shower curtain to begin with, is my first question. My second question is, if he did have a shower curtain, where is it? What happened to it? Why was it taken off? Did he use that shower curtain as like a doormat so that he could take his shoes off outside? Did he use that shower curtain in his vehicle so that he didn't track DNA in the car? There's so many thoughts that are going through my head, but for right now, I don't want to speculate too much because, again, we don't even know if he bought a shower curtain to have in his apartment. Maybe he was showering without a shower curtain. That would be odd, but I don't think that it would be too far-fetched to think that he just never bought a shower curtain. Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comments. I will keep you guys updated as more information comes out, so make sure to follow, and I will talk to you guys soon. I'm going to bed. Hey guys, Ethan Chapin, one of the Idaho 4 victims' mother, has spoken out at CrimeCon 2023 in Orlando, Florida. Listen to what she had to say.
Yes. My name is Stacy Chapin, and I'm Ethan's mom. And I actually didn't sit through it because it's too hard to watch, but I do want all of you to know that these were 4 of the greatest kids, and that all of the great things that you read about them is legitimately true. And I can speak on behalf of my own son, who was an incredible human. And we miss him all terribly. But it's a very strange situation to be. I'm not a true crime follower, but I am now thrust into the epicenter of something that has become pretty incredible. But anyways, don't forget these kids. I appreciate, I did watch the beginning where you spoke a little bit on behalf of all 4 kids, and they're amazing. They were amazing, amazing kids in the prime of their life. So that's all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We have some new information regarding the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case and the grand jury indictment. Take a listen. According to a new article that came out, it's being alleged that Steve, the father of one of the victims, Kaylee, was able to obtain inside information from 2 of the grand jurors that were on the panel who had voted to indict Bryan Kohberger. As of right now, this is just speculation, but that is what this article is claiming. Amongst the information that the grand jury had become privy to prior to Bryan Kohberger being indicted, it's being reported that Kohberger had purchased a dark blue long-sleeve work uniform at Walmart, and authorities had actually obtained a copy of the receipt for $49.99. It's being reported that this work uniform seemed to have been how Kohberger could have escaped from the crime scene without leaving a scratch and without leaving an incriminating drop of blood in his getaway car or his apartment. It's believed that Kohberger wore the work uniform during the murders and then disrobed before he got behind the wheel of his Hyundai Elantra. If Kohberger had enough time to get undressed and stuff this work uniform in a trash bag, he would have been able to get into his vehicle without there being any DNA or drops of blood in his vehicle or his apartment. This article states that the Bureau had sent an official letter to Steve, Kaylee's father, to let him know that he needed to stop contact with any individuals that were part of the grand jury. If this is true, I do not blame Steve at all. He's trying to get answers about the death of his daughter, but this could be really, really bad for this case. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, one of the Idaho 4 victims, Xana Kernodle's mother, allegedly posted her thoughts and her viewpoints on the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case thus far in a Facebook comment. As time is going by, we're starting to see more of the victims' family members speaking up about the situation because just like us, the public, they are being kept in the dark about a lot of the things happening regarding this court proceeding and this trial as well. This gag order does not just affect the information that the public becomes privy to, but it's also affecting the information that the family of the victims are becoming privy to as well. And it breaks my heart because I see all of the speculation, I see all of the rumors that are going around about some of the victims' siblings or their friends, their roommates, their parents. And it just makes me sick that people are trying to hurt these people or knock them when they're already down. We on TikTok are following this case because we find it interesting. We want to know the end result. We want justice for these victims. But the victims' family members, their friends, their roommates, they're following this case for a much deeper reason. They're connected to this case because their loved ones are at the very center of it. I just feel like we need to be a little bit more patient and compassionate for the victims' family members and understand that they're in a very difficult place in their life right now, a very dark place, and maybe they're going to say things that they shouldn't, maybe they're going to do things that they shouldn't, but grief affects everyone differently, and I feel like we just need to be patient. We just need to understand that these people are going through a hard time, and we need to stop trying to make things up. We need to stop trying to pile bricks on the top of their backs when they're already dealing with so much. Just be compassionate. Leave the victims' family members and the roommates alone. Good morning, everyone. So a new document was released in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case. This is it right here. It's led a lot of people to start speculating and starting conspiracy theories that one of the victims was pregnant, one of the victims was trans. It's literally exhausting to me that people are still trying to share and spread misinformation and lies. In the documents, it states third party. That alone should let you know that it was not Kohberger, it was not one of the victims, it was a third party. And there's two files, which means it's obviously about the surviving roommates. This doesn't mean that the roommates were involved in any way. This doesn't mean that the roommates were injured or anything by way of this crime being committed. This just is a normal proceeding that is typically done in a lot of cases where people who were at the crime scene or whatever are taken to the hospital, they're examined and stuff like that, and then they're released. It's not uncommon, it's not unusual, it's not a red flag to me, and I feel like people need to, once again, stop speculating and making things up. Hello everyone, Bryan Kohberger was back in the courtroom today with that motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment, as well as to possibly have a preliminary hearing. This is what happened in that court appearance today. So because the information that was discussed in the court appearance this morning had to do with the grand jury proceedings, that information is sealed. However, the information from the second court appearance this afternoon is not sealed. And as you can see, Judge John Judge is not going to be banning cameras in the courtroom. Instead, he will take more control of the cameras. Also, after a lot of back and forth, the judge ultimately decided that he was going to deny the defense's motion to throw out the grand jury indictment, which means the grand jury indictment still stands. documents. So in a nutshell, from the court appearances today, the grand jury indictment for Bryan Kohberger is still in place, and there will be cameras allowed in the courtroom moving forward. As always, let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you guys think? Let me know. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. New documents have been released in the Bryan Kohberger case. Take a listen. So there's going to be another hearing in the future regarding the investigative genealogy used to tie Bryan Kohberger to the Idaho 4 killings by way of that knife sheath that was found at the scene. Remember, they used genetic genealogy to form a family tree to ultimately link Bryan Kohberger to the DNA that was found on that knife sheath. Now, the state's argument is that the IgG information is not discoverable under Idaho criminal rule, and if the information is discoverable, a good cause exists for the court to issue a protective order denying discovery of the IgG information. The defense, on the other hand, argues that Bryan Kohberger has a right to discover and question the investigation that ultimately led to him. The judge states that Bryan Kohberger and his team has made the requisite that the sought-after material and information is important for them to prepare for trial, and while the state disagrees and believes that the material is irrelevant, the judge is still finding it important to open the floor up to this topic to find out truly whether this information is relevant and what needs to be disclosed and not disclosed moving forward. I personally think that both the defense and the prosecution should have all of the information that they want and are requesting at this point, just so that they can truly start preparing for trial. So I'm happy that the judge is scheduling a hearing about this. I think I speak for most people when I say that we just want this case to be moving one step closer. And the only way that it's going to continue moving forward and we're going to get closer to a trial date is if both sides are prepared and have all of the things that they need to feel prepared to go to trial. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hello everyone, it's a good thing 1122 King Road was not demolished, because the FBI and investigators were back in the home today to construct visual and audio exhibits and to create a physical model of the home. I'm assuming that this means that either the defense or the prosecution requested to go back into the home to be able to determine what can be heard from each room as far as sounds and stuff like that goes, and also to have a physical construction model of the home is important to show a jury, so that way they can kind of get an idea of how odd the house layout was. Now, as far as what we know so far, this is just pure speculation on my part right now, but it feels like the defense is trying to state that Bethany may have heard something on the first floor, and the prosecution may have requested to go back into the home to take these audio exhibits, so that way they can kind of find out if Bethany could have heard something on the first floor or not. This is just my thought. I don't know if that's exactly what is going on, but it seems like this was most likely a request by the prosecution. So let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hello everyone, Bryan Kohberger was back in the courtroom yesterday, November 2nd, regarding that genetic genealogy testing. Long story short, the defense does not feel like they have the information that they have been asking for regarding that genetic genealogy testing, which ultimately linked Bryan Kohberger to the crime scene by way of that knife sheath. Now, I don't necessarily think that the prosecution, the state, is withholding this information purposefully. I think that this is more of an FBI thing. However, I do feel like they are entitled to that information. Remember when the state actually came out and shared that they don't even have some of the information that the defense is requesting. They sent everything over that they had. Based off of that hearing yesterday, there is a deadline for December 1st to get that information submitted to the defense. So let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, one of the 4 University of Idaho students' parents have spoken out in a new interview. Kaylee Gonzalez's parents both spoke out. This is what they had to say.
What was best for those girls and Ethan, I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more. And there'll be a point when I'll be like, you know what, let it go. Let it go.
And our agenda of keeping it around isn't because, well, you know, oh, it's going to be so sad when it's torn down. I mean, that is going to be sad to me. And people think, how can that, like, tear it down? And it's just like, look, like, my daughter lived a happy life there. Yes, she was murdered there, ultimately murdered. But that was this much time, you know. We have pictures of them in the house. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to. But it's still going to be, when they're like, that house is gone, it is going to be very emotional for me. But that wasn't why, the emotional side of things. It was strictly like, is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case?
If he pled guilty and said, I'll plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, have you thought about that?
Yeah, I don't want that, because I studied the criminal system and the difference between life in prison. Even if it's 20, 30 years, he's 23 hours locked up. He doesn't get to do BTK
killer?
PTK.
Or whatever.
We've found out that he writes papers for other prisoners and gets treated really well because he's intelligent, and he's able to help other prisoners get preferential treatment through the legal system. We don't want that type of behavior to happen in our case, where he has influence outside of this event. So
that's been a hard one, though. I mean,
he could write a book. He can do things. Idaho doesn't have a law particular that protects against that.
The hard thing with that question, honestly, is that's where you forget, and I don't know how it's possible, but you forget that there's 3 other families involved here. We're not the only ones. It's not just, I'm like, this is not a one
crime fits all.
This is
right.
This isn't just our daughter.
Right. Some might not want to go through the trial.
I know some of the other families definitely would be, yes, like, let's go. Where do I sign? And I understand that. 100%. 100% I understand that. But you know what? Ultimately, it's not our call. I mean, they might ask us our opinion like they did on the death penalty, and we'll give it. But just because, our opinion is yay or nay doesn't mean that, that's what we get.
Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to make a video regarding Dylan and Bethany, the 2 surviving roommates at 1122 King Road, because up until this morning, 5 minutes ago, people are still continuing to speculate and blame them for these crimes. And I think that it's disgusting. I've said this before, that people are trying to get followers, notoriety, views, clicks, likes at the expense of 2 surviving roommates who are trying to cope and mourn with the loss of their 4 friends. Keep in mind, we do not know all of the information. We just know a sliver of the information. So the fact that people are continuing to place Dylan and Bethany in the wrong when they don't even know the facts, the complete list of facts, it's very, very disrespectful to me. When I lived with a bunch of people and I would be sleeping and hear a bunch of stuff going on at night, I would wake up and I would assume that it's one of my roommates making noise, and I would go back to bed. In instances where it sounded like a big bang or something sus, I would text in the group chat, what was that? Did you guys hear that? And if 1 or 2 people responded, yeah, we heard it, it's probably just this, or no, we didn't hear anything, then I would go back to sleep. Because 2 people just responded, I'm in a house with a bunch of people, I'm going to take their word, and the other people who didn't text back, I'm going to assume that they're just sleeping. That happened many, many times. And if I did think that one of the roommates were up making noises from their room, I'm going to assume that they have company over, and I'm not going to walk to their room, open the door, and ask what they're doing and see what they're doing or who they're doing it with. When you are a college student living in a home with a bunch of people, your first thought when you hear something suspicious at night is not, oh my God, people are being killed in this house. It's, what was that noise? Who made that noise? Stop making that noise so late. So could Dylan and Bethany have texted each other while the crimes were being committed? Possibly. They could have texted, did you hear that? Yeah, I heard that. It was probably just the dog, or it was maybe this. Or no, I didn't hear that. And then the situation would have just been done and they would have went to sleep. It's not that deep, and I don't think that either of them had any ill intentions or malicious thoughts when they heard these noises and didn't call the police right away. Again, their thoughts are not going to go straight to, oh my God, my roommates are being killed. It's going to go toward the most logical and sensible thing that could have made that noise. The dog, maybe company, maybe they're having a party, maybe they're playing games. Now again, this was a party house. There were people going in and out of that home all of the time, some of whom the roommates probably didn't all know. So when Dylan came out to see what was going on and saw a guy in the home, she probably did not think like, oh my God, this guy just killed my friends. She's probably thinking, oh God, this is probably a guy that was just in here, you know, doing something with one of my roommates that I probably shouldn't have seen. Would she have been a little nervous and uncomfortable when she saw some guy walking through the home? Of course. She's in her pajamas, probably not fully dressed, probably not made up. It's the middle of the night. So she probably just didn't want to have an interaction with some random person at that time of night. So she shuts her door, locks it, and she goes back to bed. It's really not that deep, you guys. I really don't think it is. And again, she's not thinking that this person just killed her friends. She's probably thinking, this is someone that one of my friends brought over and he's leaving, and she doesn't want him to see her. So she closes her door and goes back to sleep. So long story short, I feel like we need to just stop entertaining the fact that the roommates could have been involved. They've already been looked into extensively. They already had their phone records handed over and looked into. They were cleared. And just stop giving these conspiracy theorists and pages attention, because that's what they want, and that's why they're continuing to put out these false narratives. If you guys want the facts about this case and nothing but, make sure to follow me. I'm going to keep you guys updated. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And again, please stop with these roommates. Stop it. Let them grieve. Let them cope. Let them mourn. And just let them be. Alright guys, the Court TV episode on Bryan Kohberger has finished, and I'm going to share some of the things that I thought were really interesting in that episode. Now, the first half of the episode was basically them recapping the homicides. They were talking about the victims, and then they started getting into how they ultimately connected Bryan Kohberger to allegedly being a part of these crimes and being their suspect. And up until this point, there have been a lot of people on social media basically saying that the DNA found on the knife sheath that allegedly belonged to Bryan Kohberger is not valid. It's not a good point. It's not something that's going to convict him or tie him to this case. Not going to get him a guilty verdict. However, in this episode, there was someone on there that stated that the DNA found on the knife sheath was something called single source DNA. Take a listen.
It's not just that the defendant's DNA is in the house. It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body. I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. It's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information, and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon, and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime, it would be a very rare event for anyone else to match with a single source male DNA profile. So it's very strong evidence.
When you take into account all of the things that law enforcement looked into, all of the things that they discovered, a lot of which we don't even know yet so far, but just what we do know so far, we have the white Hyundai Elantra driving back and forth around the 1122 King Road home around the time that the killings were about to take place. You have Bryan Kohberger out that late at night with no alibi, not sharing where he was, not sharing his route, where he was driving. You have his phone being off at the time that the killings were allegedly taking place, and turning back on or going off of airplane mode when the killings allegedly were done. You have that single source DNA found on the knife sheath. You have an eyewitness, someone who physically saw the killer in the home with big bushy eyebrows. You have Bryan Kohberger's weird Reddit posts and questionnaires, and then you have his students speaking out, saying that he started acting differently and started acting out of touch after the homicides at 1122 King Road were committed.
He started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
Now, I know a connection hasn't been made public between Bryan Kohberger and any of the victims. However, Maddie worked at the Mad Greek, and that's a restaurant known for serving vegan dishes. Bryan Kohberger is vegan, and in the episode it also states that when you type vegan dishes on Google from that area, the Mad Greek pops up. So was the connection between Bryan Kohberger and the victims him seeing one of the girls there working. Now, obviously, Bryan Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty. That is how law and criminal justice system works here in the United States. But when you take into account all of those facts and all of that information, I think that it's going to be really hard for a jury to find him not guilty based off of just this stuff that we know so far. And I'm sure there's mounds of more evidence and more information that further tie him to this crime. I also like the fact that they had one of the people who were being falsely accused at the beginning of this investigation on the episode tonight to share how him being falsely accused made him feel.
I made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious or he was the murderer.
My name is Jeremy Regan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met Jeremy Regan about a week after the murders. He was a neighbor of the girls on King Road. Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer. What was it like to be accused of something so horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context.
The people who are being accused of these crimes, the people who are being criticized for acting one way when the public thinks they should have acted another, they have feelings, and we need to remember that and take into account that we don't know how someone would act in a situation like this, and we can't judge someone for how they acted when we were not in their shoes and have not been in their shoes to act that way ourselves.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen shock when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide, and basically it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others. I'm going to sleep. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. It is November 13th, 2023. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the 1122 King Road homicides, the Idaho 4 killings. And I just look at this day and it feels so surreal, the fact that it has already been a year since these horrific crimes have taken place. A year. Where has the time gone? I put together a little photo collage video in the video before this one to kind of remember and honor the 4 victims and to showcase the dynamic between them. These were 4 friends. You had 2 childhood best friends, and you had a couple, 2 people who were in love with each other, and they were all taken from this planet at the hands of someone whose motive we still do not know. Over the last year, I feel like the talk has definitely shifted away from the victims and more so onto Bryan Kohberger and the assumptions, conspiracies, allegations, speculations about the surviving roommates. And on this specific day, I feel like it is important to reel everyone back in and to remember that it is not about Bryan Kohberger. It is not about the conspiracies. It is not about the online sleuths. It is about these 4 victims, their family members, their friends, their loved ones who are continuing to grieve. And again, these 4 victims who were murdered. My thoughts and prayers are with the victims' family and friends today and all of the time, but today specifically and a little bit more, and I'm sending positive vibes their way. This case really changed the true crime community here on TikTok and added so many new people to the community, including myself. I had never even made TikTok videos prior to talking about this case and sharing my opinions on it, and it just opened me up to a world of all of these things, of new information, of education, And while this is a huge, horrific tragedy, I hope that the victims' family members and friends can see that they now have an army of people rallying behind them, supporting them, advocating for them, and wanting justice to be served. And I personally am going to continue sharing the facts, continue covering this case, and sharing these students' messages and stories until justice is served and until there is a conviction. So let us never forget these 4 victims, their names, their faces, their stories: Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee, and may they continue to rest in peace. Hey guys, we have some new updates in the Brian Kohberger case. Judge John Judge has announced that no outside cameras, audio, or recording equipment will be allowed in the courtroom moving forward. Instead, court proceedings will be filmed and live streamed by way of the court's equipment on the court's YouTube channel. So basically, the news and media outlets cannot be in the courtroom recording anything. It's going to all be recorded by way of the official court equipment. I think that this was a really smart idea on the judge's part because, as we remember, the defense was picking apart cameras in the courtroom and complaining about every aspect of the cameras in the courtroom, panning in on Brian Kohberger's face and stuff like that, mostly the media and news outlets. So having official court cameras and them exclusively recording audio and video in the courtroom, that's going to minimize a lot of issues moving forward regarding cameras and recording devices in the courtroom. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. As always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, there were some new documents released in the Brian Kohberger case this week, and I'm going to discuss them now real quick, so take a listen. So as we already know, the defense continues to file supplemental requests for discovery. This basically just means that the defense is continuing to ask for more information from the state. Well, in this document, the state responds to the defense's 10th supplemental request for discovery by listing all of the dates that they've set forth their information, and currently they deem that as being fully set forth at this point. As you can see, the state responded from January all the way up to just a couple of weeks ago in October. So at this point, the state is just wondering what more the defense wants and needs, as they've already submitted everything over that they have to the defense. So don't get me wrong, I definitely understand the defense wanting all of the information from the state. However, it seems like we're going in a circle at this point. The defense is requesting more, the state saying they've already sent everything over. It's just a circle. It feels like an endless cycle of just going back and forth. I don't know if it's in an attempt to try and buy time, to try to just prolong this and push this further out. I don't know, but it's extremely frustrating. I am going to keep you guys updated, so make sure to follow. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will update you guys as soon as new information comes out. Good morning, everyone. There has been a lot of talk online about Brian Kohberger and the Idaho 4 killings, and there's been a lot of speculation and theories going around as documents and stuff like that have been coming out less and less. Part of me thinks that this was a tactic that the defense is trying to use to kind of let online sleuths run wild with their theories and digging. I think that they wanted to prolong and extend things as far out as they can so that things like this would be happening. One of the first theories is that the Moscow Police Department is framing Brian Kohberger, and I don't think that that's true, because Moscow Police Department was not the only department working on this case and investigating this case. There was private investigators, there were FBI agents, there were other investigators, and they had obviously the Moscow Police Department looking into this. If it was just the Moscow Police Department, maybe that could be like a possibility, but I don't think that the FBI, private investigators, and everyone is coming together to help Moscow PD frame Brian Kohberger, some random man from a different state. I don't think that that's likely at all. And then another theory that is becoming more heavily present online is the fact that fraternity members could have come together, created this ploy to kill these 4 students, and executed it. That, I think, is completely far-fetched and unlikely. If you have a group of people coming together, plotting a killing against 4 people, one of those people is going to crack under pressure when being investigated or interrogated. One of those people is going to have a guilty conscience and come forward and spill some type of information. There are going to be cracks within that group if a group of fraternity members came together and committed these crimes. There's been no reliable sources that have come out that any of these students were talking about this. There's been a lot of fake things going around saying that they're students or whatever, but those have all been debunked or not proven to be true. It has been well over a year since the 4 University of Idaho students were killed, and there has been no other suspects listed, no other people of interest listed, and I just feel like all of these conspiracies are just getting out of hand and out of line because they're targeting people who are innocent, they're targeting people who are not in the public light, and they're defaming their character off of speculation and things that they have no idea what they're talking about. With all of the facts that we know thus far about Bryan Kohberger and his alleged involvement in these killings, we know that he was out driving around the time that the killings took place. His phone was conveniently off when the killings were taking place. He didn't provide an alibi. His DNA was found on the knife sheath. His students reported him not being in class the next day and that he exhibited odd behavior afterwards. He was caught separating his trash in the middle of the night. So in this specific case, I believe that authorities and law enforcement got the right suspect. Now, obviously things could come out in trial that may change my mind. However, with everything that we know so far and everything that we have factually, it makes no other sense to think that anyone else committed these crimes other than the person who is the main suspect and the person who has been sitting in jail for 12 months. As of right now, we know that the prosecution sent over all of those investigative genetic genealogy testing things to the judge. The judge is going through that right now and determining what the defense should get and have access to and what is just not important in this case. And hopefully we'll know something about that in the near future. I'm going to keep you guys updated. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. And as always, make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I will talk to you guys soon. Good morning, everyone. So I've been seeing a few videos here on social media that proclaim Bryan Kohberger's innocence by way of a few different things. Now, obviously, Bryan Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. However, the people that are making these videos proclaiming his innocence and proving that he's innocent, it's not really making sense to me or adding up because the things that they're talking about are not proven to be true and they're not actually debunking any of the things that link Bryan Kohberger to these crimes. The first thing I think came from Crime Circus, and he was basically saying that Bryan Kohberger couldn't have killed the 4 University of Idaho students because in the home there was a bloody Vans footprint at the crime scene. So he went through all of Bryan Kohberger's photos and stuff like that, and he never saw Bryan Kohberger wearing Vans shoes. So he assumed that because Bryan Kohberger doesn't have any photos of him in Vans, that it couldn't have been Bryan Kohberger that killed the 4 students. And this is ludicrous to me and doesn't make any sense because anyone could have stepped in blood on the way out. It could have been the surviving roommates that, stepped in the blood as they were trying to leave the house. It could have been anything. It could have been the killer wearing Vans, but we don't know anything other than there was a bloody Vans footprint at the crime scene. That's all that we know. Now, we don't know if Bryan Kohberger has ever purchased Vans before. We don't know that. Just because there's not photos of him wearing Vans doesn't mean that he didn't have Vans or own Vans or find a pair of Vans and wear them. We don't know if those Vans are even linked to the killings. So that to me doesn't make any sense. Another thing that I believe he was trying to say was Bryan Kohberger, couldn't have killed the students because there's no history of him purchasing or owning a K-bar, which was the knife that was allegedly used in these killings. Again, we don't know that for sure. We, the public, would not have access to his purchase history. We don't have access to his internet history or his browsing search history. We don't know that. That is just pure speculation on his part. Bryan Kohberger was a criminal justice student. He has many odd questionnaires and surveys online from the past that make it seem as though he was plotting to attempt to kill at least one person for a while. So if he well thought out this plan to go and kill one of the students, I think he went there to kill one of them at least, maybe 2, but I don't think he went there to kill 4. If he went there to kill, he planned this. And I don't think that as a criminal justice student, he would wear a pair of shoes that he's seen in photographs wearing, or he would use a knife that he has a purchase history of. I don't think that him as a criminal justice student would do that. I feel like he's a little bit more intelligent than that. So if the Vans bloody footprint is related to the killer, I don't think that it's odd that Bryan Kohberger is not pictured wearing Vans ever. And if Bryan Kohberger did commit these killings, I don't think that him not owning a K-bar in the past that we know of, because there's a gag order that we know of, means that he didn't kill them. I just feel like if you're going to ride so hard for Bryan Kohberger and proclaim his innocence, you have to do a better job at providing reasonable doubt other than those 2 points, because those are not very strong points. Why was his DNA found on the knife sheath? His single source DNA, not transfer DNA, single source DNA. Why was he driving around that night and not able to provide an alibi? Why was his phone off? Why was he separating garbage in the trash in the middle of the night? Like, you have to defend those points in order to create reasonable doubt. You can't just say there's no history of him owning Vans, he never bought a K-bar to my knowledge, and think that we're gonna believe that he's innocent because of those 2 things. That doesn't make any sense. Is there a possibility that Bryan Kohberger could be innocent? Of course, and we have to wait until trial to see all of that information, all of the information that we don't know about. But as of right now, saying those 2 things and trying to make everyone feel like he's not guilty because of those 2 things, it just doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't add up for me, and it doesn't make me feel like, oh my god, he's innocent. Let me know your guys' thoughts on this in the comments, and make sure to follow for more updates on this case. I discuss the facts only, and I debunk all of the things that are not facts, so if you're into that, make sure to follow. I will talk to you guys soon as we have more information out about this, and yeah, hope y'all have a good day. Good morning, everyone. There has been a lot of drama when it comes to the Idaho 4 case recently, and I'm going to discuss that as well as my thoughts today. So in a nutshell, this guy on YouTube, Harsh Reality, basically was getting threatened or something whenever he talks about Dylan and Bethany's alleged involvement in these Idaho 4 killings. So he reached out to Steve, Kaylee's father, and basically was like, hey Steve, I'm getting threatened whenever I talk about Dylan and Bethany. This must be sus. And Steve responded and basically was like, I was threatened by one family, whatever. Like, first off, we're all getting threatened here on social media when we talk about this case. We're not all going around and like complaining about it to Steve or complaining to Bryan Kohberger's sister or his mom or Xana's mom. Like, we're not doing that. So this guy, I feel, was just fishing for information and fishing for a story for him to share on his page. Steve does not go into detail about what family threatened him. He just stated that people do not want to be involved in the killings and the case. He could have been talking about so many people who the internet was speculating was involved in these crimes in the beginning, but Harsh Reality took that as he must be talking about Dylan or Bethany. I just personally think that people want Dylan or Bethany to be involved in these crimes so bad that people are going to go to any extent to make it seem like both of them are suspicious. So I don't even know if these threats that this guy Harsh Reality is getting is even coming from reliable sources close to Dylan and Bethany. He is interpreting it that way, but I personally don't even think that that is even true. So long story short, Harsh Reality kind of like exposed Steve's messages, and Steve came out and basically stated that he believes that this guy twisted his words and presented it to his audience in a way that Steve was not intending it to be presented or portrayed. So personally, Steve, I would just stop talking to these people. Some of these people just want stories for their pages, for their channels, and I don't think that any good is going to come out of him messaging back to these true crime pages, because at the end of the day, they are getting paid to put content out, and they're going to put any content out that is going to get them views and in return get them money. So I think that Steve needs to just stop associating and responding to these people. Do you guys remember that thing where it came out that it was alleging that Dylan and Bethany were texting at the time of the crimes taking place? One, that has not been confirmed, and two, we don't even know what those messages were about. We just know that those text messages kind of helped piece together when the crimes were taking place. We don't know what those messages said or if they were actually taking place at the time that the killings were taking place. So I think that until we get an answer as to those text messages, and also hear Dylan's story as to why she didn't call 911 until later in that afternoon, until we get that, people are going to continue to speculate and throw around stories of the two of them being involved. But personally, I feel like we all just need to wait until trial comes around. Wait until these two girls take the stand and we hear their side of the stories before we pass judgment on them. Remember, law enforcement looked into them extensively prior to an arrest being made. So if anything was suspicious to them, I think that they would have caught that back then. Also, there's people saying police corruption, stuff like that. If the text messages between Dylan and Bethany were taking place at the time that the killings were taking place, and the cops thought that it was suspicious, they would have acted on that in the moment, because the defense, if that's true, is going to act on it in court. So I don't think that the police would fumble the bag that much to basically expose themselves so that the defense could expose them. So long story short, I am on Steve's side, regardless of what he has said or how he's misrepresented things or how people have twisted his words. This man lost his daughter and is still grieving a year later over the death of his daughter. So I think it's really messed up that people online are trying to reach out to him to make some type of reaction come out from him so that they can use it for content or use it to push their own narrative. And I also think that we need to stop talking about Dylan and Bethany's alleged involvement when we don't know the complete list of facts. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case and the facts about this case, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hello everyone, 1122 King Road is set for demolition starting December 28th, 2023 at 7 a.m. Brian Koberger's defense team will be back at the house on Thursday and Friday to collect measurements, take photos, and possibly do some drone footage. However, after that, the house is going to be demolished on December 28th, and it's going to take a few days for the lot to be completely vacated. I don't know if you guys remember, but the state and the defense a few months back both agreed that they no longer needed the house. They were done with it. It could be demolished. So I think that it's kind of odd that the state was there a couple of weeks ago, and now the defense is going to be back there to take measurements and photos. Clearly, they still need part of that house. So I think that it's a little weird that the university is rushing to get this demolished. I feel like it would be in both the defense and the state's best interest to keep the house intact until the end of trial, because they obviously still need stuff from the house, whether it's measurements or photos or drone footage or even a walkthrough for a jury. But we're gonna have to just trust the process and hope that both the defense and the state has gotten everything that they need prior to the house being demolished. So yeah, on December 28th, the demolition process will begin, and just a few days after that, probably before the new year even starts, the house will be completely torn down. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, the Gonzalez family has released a statement discussing how they feel about the 1122 King Road home being demolished. Take a listen. Let us ask this. Isn't it better to have the King Road house and not need it than need the house and not have it? That has been our question to the prosecution and the University of Idaho for the entire time that the demolition of King Road has been an issue. But why is this even up for discussion? This is one of the most horrific crimes in the history of Idaho, and the University of Idaho wants to destroy one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And it's also important to make note that there is now a demolition date before there is even a trial date set. It is obvious from the two recent visits to the house by both the prosecution and the defense that there is still evidentiary value in having the King Road house still standing. There may be additional discovery by either party that prompts one side or the other to go back to the scene of the crime. There has always been dialogue about the 3D imaging, or they're building a model to replicate the home. First and foremost, what a waste of state money and resources, and secondly, nothing replaces the real thing. Jurors are notoriously unpredictable, and they tend to make decisions on a variety of facts and circumstances. It would be foolish of us to try and foresee what they will want or need to make a verdict in this case. The family has stressed tirelessly to the prosecution and the University of Idaho the importance, both evidentiary and emotionally, that the King Road house carries, but nobody seems to care enough. It's like screaming into a void. Nobody is listening, and everyone tells you how sorry they are for the decision, but the family's opinion isn't a priority. Victims' families have a voice and should be heard and listened to. I personally could not have said this better. I even stated this in my video yesterday when they first released that they were going to demolish the King Road home on the 28th of December, that I think that it would just be in the best interest of the victims for the house to remain intact until the end of trial. However, the university is tearing this down because they say that they want to promote healing and they want to move past this. But personally, I don't think that anyone can move past this case until justice is served. Also, I said this yesterday too, the defense and the state, the prosecution, both agreed that the house could be demolished. However, both sides have continued to go back to the house for blueprints, sketches, photos, drones, things like that, 3D models. Nothing is going to ever beat the physical, actual home. So I just think that they are rushing this demolition, and I think that it is not going to be in the best interest for this case for the house to be completely demolished just yet. The defense and the prosecution both clearly still need details and information from this house. So why not, instead of just wasting all of their money on making drone footage and 3D models and replicas and stuff like that, they just keep the house up for trial? It's just crazy to me. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments. Make sure to follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys as soon as we have something new. So long story short, Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's dad, has spoken out and stated that the prosecution has stated to him and made it very clear that they have more evidence against Bryan Kohberger than anyone knows about.
I have leaked footage. I know for a fact the path that this car took. And people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at. And I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there.
Do you think it's at all possible that the prosecution is so confident about their case, they're not worried at all about the house standing?
I've been told that exact thing. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax.
So I think that this just goes to show that exactly what I was saying is happening. The prosecution has a lot more information linking Kohberger to these crimes than we know about, and that we will know about until trial. The state has made it clear to Steve that they don't need the house anymore. They have what they need, and they are confident moving forward that when trial comes, they are not going to need that house to prove Bryan Kohberger's guilt. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case and others, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, 3 new documents have dropped in the Bryan Kohberger case. Take a listen. Do you guys remember how Bryan Kohberger's defense team was trying to get the grand jury indictment thrown out? Well, today, Judge John Judge denied their request to have that grand jury indictment thrown out completely. The judge writes that Kohberger has failed to successfully challenge the indictment on grounds of juror bias, lack of sufficient admissible evidence, or prosecutorial misconduct. Kohberger was indicted by an impartial grand jury who had sufficient admissible evidence to find probable cause to believe Kohberger committed the crimes alleged by the state. Further, the state did not engage in prosecutorial misconduct in presenting their case to the jury. To read those documents in their entirety, check out my Twitter page. I posted all of the pages there. To me, this is a small win for the state and just a step closer to hopefully a trial date in the near future. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, the state in the Bryan Kohberger case is requesting a summer 2024 trial date. Take a listen. Bill Thompson, the prosecuting attorney in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case, is requesting a summer 2024 trial date. He's requesting that the trial take about 6 weeks, and he's also saying that he thinks that it should take place in the summer because schools close by will be out, which will make it easier for jurors and people attending the trial to park. They're going to need a lot of parking spaces for jurors, for people attending the trial, and also for the media. So with schools being out for the summer, that's going to provide a lot of parking spaces for people attending the trial. Bill Thompson is also asking that the judge not reopen anything to do with Bryan Kohberger potentially providing an alibi, as his deadline for submitting an alibi has passed long ago. I think that this is Bill Thompson trying to say that he's ready for trial and he doesn't want the defense to keep trying to prolong things by saying that they're going to provide information at a later date. So now it's just a waiting game to determine whether or not the defense is going to be ready for a summer 2024 trial date. Fingers crossed that they are. It's just going to mean that we're one step closer to justice finally being served and seeing whether or not Bryan Kohberger is going to be found guilty or not guilty in the Idaho 4 killings. Let me know your guys' thoughts. Follow for more, and I will update you guys as soon as we have some new information. Hello everyone, we have a new update in the Brian Kohberger case. Take a listen. So you can pause this to read if you'd like, but this is basically Ann Taylor, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, asking the judge to reconsider his decision on dismissing their request to throw out the grand jury indictment. As you guys might remember, Brian Kohberger was trying to get the grand jury indictment thrown out completely, and last week the judge completely denied that. However, they are now trying to get the judge to reconsider his decision. I personally think that this is just something the defense has to do in order for Brian Kohberger to have a fair trial. This is just a way for them to cross their T's and dot their I's. I don't think that, it's anything suspicious. I don't think that the judge is going to throw out the grand jury indictment. He's already said no. So I don't think that this is going to change anything. I think that this is just the defense's way of, one, trying to buy more time, and two, trying to ensure that Brian Kohberger cannot turn around and say that he had an unfair trial. Anyways, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments. Follow for more updates on this case. I will keep you guys updated as soon as something else comes out, and I will talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, we are less than 24 hours away from the 1122 King Road home beginning the demolition process. However, two of the victims' families are speaking out and asking the university to stop the madness and to not go through with the demolition before trial. So according to this email, it looks like both the Gonzalez family as well as the Kernodle family are not on board with the demolition of 1122 King Road. They believe that the 1122 King Road home should stand for basic evidentiary purposes. There's about 8 bullet points of information as to why both the Kernodle and Gonzalez family believe that the home should remain intact until trial. You can pause to read them right now. All in all, I think that these are all very valid and good points. However, we're about 12 hours away from the beginning of demolition, and I don't think that this email is going to change anything as far as the progress of that demolition. The good thing is that the defense and the prosecution were both allowed to go back into the home and spend a couple of extra days in the home to get their 3D layouts, to get photos, to get drone footage and stuff like that. So even if the home is demolished, I think that the prosecution is in a state where they feel comfortable and confident with everything that they have, to where they are saying it's okay to let the home go, and they're approving the demolition on their end. So I understand the family's frustrations. I understand that they don't want the home to be demolished. However, I think that it's going to happen. And I think that at this point, we just need to put our faith in the prosecution's hands and hope that they got everything that they needed from that home, all the information, all the evidence that they need in order to show a jury that Brian Kohberger did commit these crimes, so that these 4 students can finally get justice. Good morning, everyone. Today is officially the date that the 1122 King Road home is set for demolition. There are reporters outside the home, and they are already reporting and posting photos and videos of police officers, dump trucks, and so many more things starting to take place for this demolition to begin in less than an hour. They are wasting no time. This is something that is definitely going to be done. They're going to start the demolition process in about 40 minutes. Nothing is stopping them. They are doing this. These are the photos and videos right here of what we have from the scene. The home is coming down. I'm going to let you guys know as soon as I know more. Follow for more. Let me know your guys' thoughts. It's definitely happening. Hey guys, they have officially started tearing down the 1122 King Road home. This is the footage right here. This is a very bittersweet moment, I'm sure, for the victims' families, for the victims' friends, for the entire community of the University of Idaho, because this house represented youth, it represented life, partying, college, and then at the end, unfortunately, it started to represent something much darker and more sinister. And on one hand, I do agree that the house needs to go in order for the community and neighbors and stuff to move on and find peace and closure. But I feel like the university should have listened to the families a little bit more and what they had to say and their thoughts on it before demolishing the house so soon. So yeah, that's what we have so far. The house was set for demolition. They thought that it was going to take a few days. It could take just today, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to take up until at least tomorrow for everything to be completely off the property and for the house to be completely torn down. But of course, I'm going to keep you guys updated, so make sure to follow me. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments, and I will keep you guys updated as soon as we have new information or footage. So according to news reporters who are standing outside the 1122 King Road home watching the demolition in live time, they are reporting that the entire front half of the house is completely torn down. As you can see from this photo, the back is still intact, but the entire front half of the house is completely demolished. So I thought that this was going to take until at least tomorrow, but at the rate that they're going, they've only been out there for about an hour, even less than an hour. So I'm pretty sure the house may be completely demolished by the end of the day, and the wreckage just might have to be cleaned up tomorrow. So this is moving a lot quicker than I was thinking. I'm following this entire thing like a hawk. My eyes are peeled. I'm just watching this from my car, and I'm banging these videos out left and right so that you guys can stay in the loop and know what is going on as soon as it's going on. So make sure to follow, and we'll see what happens next. Hello everyone. As of right now, 8:18 in the morning for Moscow, Idaho, the 1122 King Road home has been completely demolished. Last time that I checked in with you guys, they were beginning demolition on the back side of the house. So that's what this clip is right here, them beginning demolition on the back. However, right now, at this very moment, this is what the house and that plot of land look like. All that's left of the home is debris, and it's probably going to take a few days for them to clear all of that debris out and level that plot of land. But this is what it looks like. The house is completely torn down. This is a really bittersweet moment, and I'm sending love and strength to the victims' family members and their friends. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to take a minute to share some new footage of the 1122 King Road home being demolished. Obviously, I was covering this as it was happening in live time on December 28th. However, better footage has come out, and I think that it's important for everyone who has been following this case and who continues to follow this case to see, because this is so symbolic of closure, of an end. The house is gone. This is what 1122 King Road, that plot of land, looks like. The home is gone. It's leveled out, and it will never see life again in that specific home, and probably never again on that property. Now, Bryan Kohberger is going to be back in the courtroom in the new year, January 2024, because he once again is trying to get the judge to reconsider his denial of dismissing the grand jury indictment for Bryan Kohberger and the defense team. The judge, as we already know, denied that motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. He didn't find any issues with the grand jury indictment. However, Bryan Kohberger, he wants the judge to reconsider. They're dragging this out, you guys. That's just what they're going to do. So we just have to be patient. Hopefully there's some progress after the next court appearance that he has in January, but I'll keep you guys updated. So make sure to follow. Let me know your thoughts, and I will talk to you guys soon.